Good morning and welcome to the 2020 Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. Our last day after 4 days. We'll be getting started in just a couple of moments. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. It's been 3 great days, one more great day of networking and speakers to go. We're so excited to have you here with us as we navigate the future of your business now. This is obviously a very different year, but business keeps on moving on and it keeps happening here at the Big Connect. We have so many people to thank and we want to get to our investors. Also want to thank everyone that's helped make this event a great event over the last several days. I mentioned our investors. That's how we've been able to put on programming throughout the entire year, including this programming today. But even as we've gone through the pandemic, the support of our investors has been so critical to what we do at the Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank them all for everything. As I said, another great day of networking and speakers. We have the Zoom networking rooms presented by Southern Connecticut Gas and UI. Also, our speakers today, Ross Doutha, columnist for New York Times, will join us at 9 o'clock. Extremely excited to hear from Ross. Then we'll hear about mindfulness, cultivating clarity in difficult times. Tara Healy with Harvard Pilgrim. We're going to talk about jobs today, and so we're going to have Paul Mayer, Unique Staffing Structures, the New Contract Worker in the Gig Economy. That's at 10 a.m. At 11 a.m., Wanda Larry from the Workforce Alliance will join us talking about Train for Tomorrow. And then how to get hired. Pamela Shand, a career coach, will offer her advice and tips at noontime. Again, networking available throughout the entire day. I do want to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors, the Shed Group, Workforce Alliance, Foxwoods Resort Casino, Offer Stage Consulting, Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, and Mind the Moment. And again, of course, Comcast Business for helping us put on this programming today. All of our media sponsors, you can see them here on your screen. They've been helping us get the word out about this great event. And finally, we want to thank our Expo committee that's done an excellent job. They've been working since the end of the last Expo to try to put this together. And obviously, we had to make a shift about halfway through, and we came up with some new ideas on how to put on an expo, and they've just been great in helping us secure speakers. Glenn McDermott as the committee chair, Tamika and the rest of the staff at the Chamber who have also put in so much time to this event. So thank you to everyone. Now, every morning, we do start with before I get to that, let me say one more announcement. We do have our Regional Economic Outlook coming up on December 10th. That's another one of our annual events. It will be virtual. Excited to be with People's United Bank again. John Trainer will give us his outlook, including what the vaccine could mean for the economy in 2021. Now, let me get to start with art, and we've been doing that every morning at 8:50, and we're lucky to be joined by Bria Lucky, artist and art therapist, and Bria's vision is to use art to create community connection. So let's start with art with Bria. Bria, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
The floor is yours, Bria.
Okay, thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And for the guests in the audience today, my invitation to you is to begin by taking in a deep breath. You may be sitting in your chair, getting ready for your day of wonderful information and connection. And I'd love you to start just with a breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. Maybe bring your arms up to the top of your head if that feels good. Just noticing yourself in this moment. And I want to invite you into art making that's accessible and fun and only requires materials that you have in your office or home as a way of noticing your creativity and recognizing it as a practice that can support you in business, in family life, and throughout all the arenas of your life and day as a way of following your curiosity, cultivating a connection to your intuition, and stepping into possibility. And I would love to begin now by sharing my screen and bringing you through a little adventure. Let's see. So I want to make sure everyone is with me. Let's see. Okay. Hi. Okay, excellent. Here we go. I'm having a funny little Zoom moment here. Thanks for working with me. Okay.
I like how you're staying very positive with it, though.
Thanks. Okay, so let's begin. Thank you so much. So you have your supplies, your pen, Sharpie's a great traditional office pen, scissors, paper if you're using plain paper, or bags. And I prefer to work with a bag because it's a loop that gets created immediately when you cut it. So if you're using a small shopping bag, that's great, or a larger like grocery bag. And I'm going to use this larger grocery bag and begin. So this is my invitation to you to begin by cutting a width from one side to the other side of the bag. It's maybe like the length of your pinky. And I'm going to cut below, or a little bit longer. I'm going to cut below the handle. I'm actually cutting through 2 bags. And I'm not worrying about the cut. Oops, I'm not worrying about the cut being perfect. Just basically straight is good enough. And I'm going to let go of the top. And then I'm just going to flip it over. And I'm going to cut a little bigger than the length of my pinky. It's like a 2 or 3 inch width, I guess, or height. It's going to be a height of the paper. So I have this piece of paper, and I actually have 2. Take one out, put it to the side for it later. And then this one, as you can see from like the aerial view, you can open it up. It's just like the top of the bag or a section of the bag. And what I'm going to invite you to do is to turn it inside out. So that's the inside. And you're just like twisting it. So if it had any drawings on it or graphics, the brown of the bag is up. And you'll notice that naturally there's a seam here and one on the other side. So I'm going to invite you to work left to right, or actually I'm just going to invite you to start in the middle. So you can have the middle of your paper right in front of you. And this is such an intuitive process. And what I'm going to do is draw a face and invite you to do the same by breaking it down into shapes. And because you're drawing from your imagination using shapes, if you follow me, you'll have a face emerge and no face will be the same. So I began by drawing this U, which is the lower half of the face. And the wonderful thing about this is that we all have different facial shapes and expressions at different times. And that's like the magic of knowing each other and being in this world, all the variety and connection at the same time. So I've done this U, drawn this U. Now I'm going to draw 2 like almond shapes, one on each side for the eyes. And what those are comprised of is an up half circle and a down half circle. So I'm just literally drawing like the up and the down. If this is an eye with the up and down circle, the width between the right eye and the left eye will be about the same space. And that's an average like anatomical rule, but it's not really that essential that it's like, please don't worry about making it perfect, just continue on. And then another up line and an up line. And then you can draw your nose with like a down line and a nostril, or maybe you can go over with a point of a nose and a nostril, and that's the beginning of the face. And then the mouth could simply be a line, or it could be a line with like an M, an elongated M, like two mountains, and a down line, similar to the down line of the eye. And then the eyeball is another U shape, similar to the whole of the face, the chin and the cheeks. And you can draw it like that. And when you draw the eye, let it touch on the bottom to use. And then to draw in the eye, what I love to do is make kind of a sloppy C almost, and then just fill it in. And the same on this eye. Once again, that's kind of what I'm calling sloppy is just a way of making it look really organic, which is impossible not to, which is the good news about art. And then what I'm going to do is draw an ear, which is like a long kind of flat C, backward C, and forward C. And I know that those are kind of to the side of the eyes. Then what I'm going to do is play with the hair. So for this person, I'm going to just give them like what I would think of as a bowl cut almost. And I'm going to, and they're going off of the frame, off of this page. And that's it. And then I'm going to go on to draw a series of faces. So you can, what I think is best is to begin. But if you want to watch me continue on, I'll kind of blow through my process and we can take it from there. And when you get to the end, and here's your theme, you can just kind of begin a new workspace. Just allow the features to kind of create the personality of your emerging face. I went in and added the detail of a neck and shoulders to some of these characters that I created, these members of a community, maybe my community from my imagination. And that just. Hi there. I'm coming back to you after sharing the beginning of the process that I'd love to invite you to go deeper into, enjoying your imagination and what happens between your imagination and your heart and your hand. And my invitation to you is to just take a deep breath, enjoy the process, return to it at lunchtime if that feels good. And I'm going to share a video that brings you through the entire process of binding this little mini portrait book on my website, and that's for you, and I'll link that in my profile. So thank you for joining me. Let's take one more deep breath before you step into the rest of your day.
Thank you, Bria. We appreciate it. And you can follow Bria. She's going to go over to the Zoom networking lounge. We'll post that in the chat, and she's going to continue. And like we said, we start with art every morning. Art is such an important part of New Haven and our region, even for our business community. And so we want to make sure that we put a spotlight on it, and we appreciate Bria being with us this morning. We're about to get to our first speaker of the day, Ross Dothut. But before we do that, I just want to get in a message from Paul Savas with Comcast Business, our presenting sponsor for the Big Connect this morning.
Hey, good morning. It's Paul Savas with Comcast Business. I know you're looking forward to a great day here at the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce Big Connect. You know, we're excited to be the presenting sponsor for now our 11th year. It's an amazing opportunity to showcase some of the best that the local businesses in our business community have to offer. Businesses just like yours. Take the time, go to the virtual booths, enjoy the day, make great connections, and support the Chamber. Have a great day, and thanks for being part of the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce Big Connect.
And thank you, Paul. And now it's my pleasure to welcome in our keynote speaker for this morning, Ross Douthat. Ross is an author and a columnist with the New York Times. He comments on politics and the election. And what I also want to let you know about Ross is he is a New Haven resident, born and raised here and lives here in New Haven. And through Jeff Klaus, our chair of the board, was able to get in touch with Ross, and he's been very generous to offer us a few minutes this morning to talk about the election. I thought I'd just list a few of his comments, his columns right before the election. Have we learned nothing after 4 years of Trump? Is Trumpism after Trump? And 2020 will not be decisive. I think we're definitely seeing a lot of that. And Ross, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Garrett. Can everybody see me, or is my...
Cameras, we're not seeing your camera, but I'll make sure that you have the...
It says I'm unable to start video because the host here, let's hold on.
There we go, beautiful.
There we go. Much better. So thank you, Garrett, for that kind introduction. Thanks to everyone for joining, and it's really a privilege to be here. As Garrett mentioned, I do not, in fact, run a business in New Haven, except in the sense that I write newspaper columns out of my home here. So maybe in a sense, I do run a business here. But I did grow up here, grew up in Brantford, and then in the New Haven portion of Foxen, right where New Haven, Staven, and North Haven meet. And went to Hampden Hall, went away to college, and then lived in Washington, D.C. for a long time, and then ended up back here with my family about 3 years ago. And it's been great to be back. I really like New Haven, and I obviously appreciate everything that all of you do to make it such a fun and entertaining place, and hopefully an even more entertaining place once more people are going to businesses again in the very near future. So I'm going to talk for about 10 to 12 to 15 minutes about the election and its aftermath. And then I think with Garrett's mediation, I'm going to take questions on, just about anything you guys are interested in. And then I'll send everyone off to the next adventure. But so, I guess I'll pick up from one of the titles of the columns that Garrett just referenced. The 2020 election will not be decisive, which was actually a column that I had to write the night of the election itself, which is, one of the exciting things about the newspaper business is that you're occasionally called upon to pretend to have knowledge of events, even as they're happening and changing in front of your eyes. So that column didn't start out being entitled "The 2020 election will not be decisive." It started out talking about, in its first draft, the possibility of a Joe Biden landslide. And then, of course, as the night went on, the various versions of the column that ran, in the 5 a.m. edition of the newspaper and the 7 a.m. edition of the newspaper and so on, changed and moved more and more towards the final product, which appeared online, I guess, at 1 a.m. or so, saying, guess what, we're back to a stalemate. And I think that's the best way to think about this election. I think the surprise of 2020, the surprise of the presidential election is in a year of, basically near apocalypse, plague, protest, revolution, mass death, wild political drama. The election itself was in certain ways the least interesting, or in certain, you could say, sort of most predictable and normal result. And it seemed a bit more abnormal than people expected because once again, polling was bad, including polls conducted by my own newspaper, which were part of a general pattern where once again, Donald Trump was underestimated by somewhere from 3 to 4 to 5 points, failing to correct, or maybe just not correcting enough for the errors of 2016. So that polling failure made the result itself seem like a surprise. But if you had gone back in time to 2019 or 2017 and said, well, guess what? The 2020 presidential election is going to look a lot like the presidential election in 2016, and it's going to swing to the Democrats because of very small shifts in a few swing states. And so the Democrats will win by slightly more in the popular vote than Hillary Clinton won. And they'll hold the House, and Republicans will probably hold the Senate, or it will end up 50-50 pending the runoff in Georgia. Everyone would have said, well, that's the most boring, but therefore, most stable possible result. And that's, I think, a useful way to think about where we are, that in spite of sort of the wild drama of the Trump era, American politics is very closely divided, very polarized, as everybody knows. And divided government has been a feature of American politics, for as long as I've been writing about it. And it's likely, apparently, to remain so. So even if you sort of inject these sweeping historical events into the storyline, even if you have, things happen that will make 2020 have its own special page in the history books, you still end up with the same kind of balancing out where a few voters move right and a few voters move left. And the result is 49-49 or 50-47 or 51-48, which is a huge change from most of American political history. What was normal in most of American political history, especially in the 20th century, was much bigger swings from election to election, and presidents generally won big when they won. There were obviously close elections, 1960, Kennedy and Nixon, 1976 with Carter and Ford, but the norm for a successful presidential campaign would be to win by 5, 6, 7, 8, even 9 or 10 points. And that kind of world seems to have gone away. It seemed for a little while in the polls like Joe Biden might have the chance to bring it back, but that's obviously not what happened. And I think you can see this kind of weird canceling out effect in a lot of the way a lot of the events that happened in the last year sort of affected the presidential race, right? So you had, a temporary stock market crash and a botched response to a global pandemic, both of which seem to a lot of people like they should, automatically cost Donald Trump the election. But then to some extent, canceling that out, you had a pretty robust federal government response to the economic crisis, a very robust response from the Federal Reserve that kept the economy afloat and actually gave a lot of Americans more disposable income over the course of the summer, weirdly, than they had before the pandemic even started. So in a strange way, you had these polls where people would be asked, are you better off economically than you were 4 years ago? And you would have majorities saying yes, in spite of all of the economic trauma that the country had gone through. So you had that kind of canceling out. Then you had other forms of canceling out. I think that the way sort of specific things that Trump did and said, not surprisingly, were things that people didn't like. Trump was never a popular figure, never a sweepingly popular figure throughout his presidency. But at the same time, I think, events over the summer, especially, some of the violence around the edges of the George Floyd protests, some of the turbulence in American institutions around that time, statues coming down, institutions like my own, the New York Times being in internal turmoil, I think created a certain kind of anxiety about where the political left was going and what it would mean to give the Democratic Party and the political left full power. And so you had maybe to some people, a surprising number of voters who voted against Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, but still voted for Republican senators or Republican congressmen. There seemed to be an anxiety about sort of handing full power to either political party, but certainly handing full power to the Democratic Party in some popularity. And then you also had a kind of demographic canceling out where Trump, to no one's surprise, as in 2018, performed very poorly by Republican standards in a lot of affluent upper middle class suburbs that used to be traditional Republican territory. In the Northeast, in fact, Trump did a lot worse than he did last time, mostly because of white suburbanites who were sort of lifelong Republicans who were just couldn't vote for him. But then at the same time, he did better than some people expected with minorities, with Hispanics and African Americans and Asian Americans. And so did Republicans overall. So you see Republicans picking up House seats in places in California that have large Asian American populations. You see Trump picking up support in South Florida and along the Rio Grande among Hispanics. And again, those two migrations canceled each other out, and you ended up with one of the stranger features of this presidency, which has been so defined by race and debates about whether the president is a racist, and by I think frankly his own deliberate attempt sometimes to inflame racial division. In an odd way, in the actual vote, America had become slightly less racially polarized in this election cycle than it was certainly when Barack Obama was the Democratic candidate for president. The Democratic coalition became a little whiter, the Republican coalition became a little more diverse, and once again, you ended up with this stalemate. So just briefly, I'll say something about what that means for policy, which I don't think will be that much of a surprise to any of you. But we're in this situation where the combination of that broad stalemate with the particular fact that the president seems to have no interest in conceding the election and starting an orderly transition, let alone pushing for legislation in the lame duck session, means that we're essentially postponing all policy responses to our current coronavirus shadowed situation until the beginning of the Biden presidency. There's still some very small possibility that Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell could come up with a very small, further relief package, but it's very unlikely. The most likely scenario is that coronavirus relief gets folded into larger budget negotiations. You get a bunch of sort of big executive action moves from Joe Biden early on. But in many ways, until that point, we're all sort of on our own. And the good news is that, there's real light at the end of the tunnel. It's very likely, we've had a huge success with vaccine development. It seems very likely that vaccinations will start even within this year. And by springtime, if I were betting on the state of the United States in the first, at month 4 of the Biden presidency, I would imagine that things would be looking very good, that you would have large-scale vaccination that combined with a little herd immunity and with warmer weather would really be knocking the virus down. So you would have this sense of a return to normalcy, joined to at least some money, not the kind of money that was expected if Democrats controlled the entire government, but some money sluicing into the economy. So I would be very bullish on the prospects for American business next June or July. The problem is the next 3 months and what happens in those next 3 months, both in the economy and obviously in public health, where we're on a really, really terrible trajectory with COVID that's going to lead, I would expect, to more and more cities doing temporary lockdowns again. You won't get any kind of federal policy, but you'll get, cities and states doing more to try and contain the virus. So it's just a very odd position to be in. But in that position, you have basically a federal government that is abdicating its responsibilities to do much of anything in response, which probably would not be happening if Trump had won re-election. He would have all kinds of incentives to sort of be pushing legislation at the moment. But in the event, he's preferring to push legal challenges that are likely to fail. We're likely to get the Biden presidency, and we're likely to have a better spring, but a very I'll stop there. It's 9:15, and I'm happy to talk about anything that you guys would like to talk about for for the next 15 minutes with my limited expertise for the conversation.
No, appreciate it, Ross. One question I've seen already in the chat. What do you expect with the Biden presidency and Congress, if Congress, let's say Republicans do end up retaining control of the Senate, do you expect it to be roadblocks or that there will be some sense of working together?
I mean, I think in part it will depend on what, some of the choices that the Biden administration itself makes, sort of what, how much it wants to have a big push to try and sort of find bipartisan common ground, and to what extent it might see itself as benefiting from a perception that, Mitch McConnell is just blocking everything. So I think sort of the choices, how heavily Biden leans into executive action in the first few months versus how much time he spends schmoozing Mitt Romney and Susan Collins and others will go a long way towards determining, how far bipartisanship can get. And so I can see sort of realities moving in either direction in that sense. I would assume though that in a Senate that is as close as the Senate's going to be, no matter what happens in the Georgia runoff. And by the way, I should say, I think Republicans are mildly favored in that runoff, but by no means definitively favored. And there's enough chaos within the Georgia Republican Party right now, thanks to sort of Trump's demands for voter fraud investigations and his feuds with local Republican officials and so on, that, you can imagine a scenario where Democrats get better turnout and win those seats, in which case we really are 50-50 with Vice President Harris breaking the tie. But either way, there's a lot of potential power flowing to a small group of sort of moderate or swing state senators. Susan Collins is about to be the most powerful woman in America, except maybe for Amy Coney Barrett. So it's the Collins Barrett future. But Collins, Joe Manchin, Mitt Romney, like those are the people, and a few others, that John Tester, that we should be focusing on. And I think what you should look for, apart from sort of, there'll be an immediate question about what kind of coronavirus relief goes into budget negotiations, but then you should also look at areas that are of particular interest to those politicians, right? So Romney and a few other Republicans, for instance, have expressed openness to new tax credits or tax cuts for families, right? Some kind of family tax benefit or something. That's something that there are Democrats who support. So you could imagine some kind of, negotiation in that space. I would not imagine, anything happening big on healthcare, because that's an issue that Republicans generally aren't good at and see as a Democratic issue and aren't likely to cut big deals on. But I think sort of, could you imagine some sort of small climate legislation, for instance, that that was sort of nuclear energy friendly and doing some investment in carbon capture and things that some Republicans support, and also took a few things out of the Green New Deal that weren't tax increases. You could potentially imagine something like that. And you could also imagine, the sort of biggest picture thing you could imagine is some kind of blowout where Biden says, you know what, I'm going to give Republicans the 5 big tax cuts they always wanted in return for more spending on all, on these 6 priorities. Sort of the opposite of the kind of deals that Obama tried to cut with Republicans, the sort of trade tax increases for entitlement cuts, right? To the extent that there's a grand bargain available in the year of our Lord 2021, it's going to blow the deficit to the largest level it's ever been, which may not happen. I think Republicans will have incentives to suddenly, rediscover deficit, and they might not go along with that kind of deal. But were there such a deal, it would be, we're going to have the lowest capital gains tax rate in history, plus, spending on these 6 liberal priorities.
President Trump's been a unifying force for the Biden coalition. Does that change on January 21st if he's no longer in Washington?
To some extent, yeah. I mean, some of it depends on some of those sort of budgetary things that I'm talking about. I mean, I think the biggest potential peril for the Democratic coalition is that they are now increasingly the party of a lot of very affluent voters in states like Connecticut, and a lot of service sector workers, poor and working class voters. And the way that tension could be most manifest is if, the Biden administration decided to raise taxes, and it's promised to only raise taxes on the very wealthy. But you could, it's very easy to imagine, or it's possible to imagine an attempted Biden tax increase on people making $250,000 a year in order to pay for some new program that's popular with a lot of Democrats that ends up angering a lot of the suburbanites who voted for Biden, right? But I think that's unlikely at the current moment. I think because Republicans have enough power that the Democrats won't be able to pass a tax increase, period. So in a way, that problem is taken off the table for now for the Democrats. And so, in fiscal irresponsibility, you can cover over a lot of divisions in your coalition. I think the other challenge for Democrats is a sort of culture war challenge where, the party's activists and its more affluent voters are very socially and culturally liberal. Its working class voters are not, especially minority voters in many cases. And that's why it's not the only reason, but it's one reason why you've seen, minority voters swing towards Republicans more than people who were focused on Donald Trump as white supremacist expected. So even in New England, right, even as Trump was losing ground overall in New England, the places where Republicans did a little better were like in Lowell, Massachusetts, or even the Connecticut specific one is you had this Waterbury Darien crossover, where Darien used to be the most Republican city in America, or most Republican town in America, and Waterbury was obviously a Democratic stronghold. And Democrats won both Darien and Waterbury this time, but they won Darien, I believe, by more than they won Waterbury. And that partially reflects immigrant voters voting for Republicans in Waterbury and Danbury and places like that. So that dynamic means that if you get to a legislative stalemate and the Biden administration starts to govern through executive order, there'll be a lot of pressure to, pick some culture war fights, because that's what part of his supporters want, like what happened late in the Obama era when you had executive orders on transgender bathrooms in schools in red states and so on, these kind of things, right? New fights over abortion coverage, new fights over what the Catholic Church and religious hospitals have to do, and so on. If you get into those kind of fights, you get, again, a different kind of fracture in the Democratic coalition, where you could imagine the part of the Democratic Party that's still pretty religious and not socially conservative, but not socially liberal, getting a bit more alienated too. So those would be a couple intra-Democratic splits to look out for.
Two last questions. With Trump, what do you think happens with him next? When he leaves the White House, where does he go? People speculate he's starting his own news network. Is he still going to stay involved from afar?
Yes. I mean, I think right now, if you asked him, I'm sure he changes his mind every few minutes, but I think he imagines he's going to run again in 2024. I would be a little skeptical of the idea of some big new Trump media property, because that requires a sort of scale of investment and intense effort that doesn't really fit with the Trump organization. organization has existed to sort of put its brand on other people's properties for a long time. And that's very different from trying to get a major news network off the ground. So I think it's more likely that you would see like, Trump TV as a kind of internet product that, has subscribers, but it's a little more of a niche phenomenon. And then Trump is out, does rallies still, and, is on Twitter and is available for interviews, rages against Fox News on Twitter, but then shows up on Fox and Friends. Like that's more what I would expect than some sort of really focused new property, though anything's possible. And then, we'll have to see how much his dominance of the right-wing conversation persists when he's no longer president. And you could see it going a lot of ways. I can totally see a future where he is the 100-pound gorilla who nobody wants to run against, and he runs in 2024 saying, "I really won. It was stolen from me. You got to nominate me again," and that's a powerful message. I could also see a world where once he's seen as someone who lost an election, and he's getting older, and debates shift, that he fades a bit. But you don't want to assume anything with the Trump phenomenon at this point.
And we wanted to close out, obviously, your New Haven roots here in this region. What do you think is the opportunity for small cities like New Haven? Are there advantages in the post-pandemic shuffling?
I mean, I would assume so, right? I'm a fan of small cities generally. I'm a fan of sort of what they offer, the mix of sort of the advantages of density without the incredible disadvantages of living in a really congested urban center. The fact that, New Haven gives you the benefits of walkable urbanism and good restaurants and a major university, but you can also get anywhere in the city in about 13 minutes is a really wonderful thing. And I would sort of assume that, a mixture of residual anxiety about the virus itself, and sort of, I don't think the telecommuting shift will be generally permanent, because I think there are just benefits to in-person work that are real. And so companies will want to pull some of that back, but there will clearly be more telecommuting after all this. And, right now, probably the places, from what I can tell from real estate markets, the places benefiting the most from that trend are the suburbs, again, places that had been sort of, a bit in decline and are now making a comeback. But I think, there's a very reasonable argument that for people who right now live in places like Boston and New York and Washington, D.C., and are thinking about, a life outside those places, that, cities, New Haven has the particular advantage of Yale, right? Which, is a huge help that other cities in New England, other small cities don't have to the same extent. But just the small city model as a lure for people who like certain things about the big city, but find it too expensive to raise families, too nerve-wracking because of what we've just been through. I think there's a pretty clear sales pitch. We live in East Rock, and it was really striking, in a bunch of the rentals around us, you had people who fled Brooklyn for East Rock, right, for 6 months, right, during the pandemic, which I didn't expect exactly, but it sort of made sense, right? That, like, as a way of life, living in a walkable neighborhood where you can get to a beach or a state park in 15 or 20 minutes, it really seems like a happy medium between the megalopolis and the deep suburbs. So I would be, some of this is just my particular biases. I did grow up here, but I would be reasonably bullish on places like New Haven, especially given Yale, but smaller, the sort of small city model more generally for a more distributed post-pandemic age.
Well, Ross, thank you so much for giving us the time. We always like to see someone from this region who's doing great things in the world. So we appreciate it.
I don't know about great things.
Well, your column is on Tuesdays and
That's okay.
Sundays. Tuesdays and Sundays in the New York Times. And thank you again. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, and have a great rest of the conference.
Great. Thanks a lot. All right. We are moving on. And this is, again, our last day of the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. A big thank you to Ross and to Jeff Klaus, our chair, who put us in touch with Ross to be able to have him come on this morning. Now, we are moving into our next segment, and if you've ever wondered how mindfulness works and how it can work for you, then this is the place to start. Thousands of research studies over the past 40 years have demonstrated that mindfulness practices improve mood, help manage stress, increase concentration, and strengthen the muscles of compassion. These attitudes are critical to feeling like one's best self at any time. And Tara will explain how important mental fitness is and its impact on how we promote ourselves and make ourselves attractive to an employer. By the end of today's session, you will learn a few tips and techniques that you can use on the spot to be more responsive and less reactive to situations or circumstances around you. You will learn to stop and proceed with more conscious awareness and have less regret. It's my pleasure now to introduce Tara Healy, Master Mindfulness Instructor for Harvard Pilgrim. And Tara, thank you so much for joining with us this morning. We appreciate it. And it's great to have you on with the Big Connect.
Well, thank you so much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And let me pull up my... All right. So welcome everyone, and thank you for joining me this morning. I feel like I'm perfectly placed here on the fourth day of this conference and really looking at personal and professional development. And I'm delighted to be talking about this topic, which is so important to me and has been for many years. And so what I'd like to do is just give you a little preview of where I plan to go in the next 30 minutes or so. So we're kind of at the welcome. I want to share a little bit about the science, talk about what mindfulness is and what meditation is, do some practice, and then talk about tools and resources. And from what I understand, there will be a room that we can go into after for questions. But my goal is to stop a little bit before 10:30 and open the floor at that time as well. So the word mindfulness and the word meditation gets tossed around a lot these days. And what I want to do is clarify what they are, what they mean, and to clear up some of the misconceptions about that as well. But I also want to underscore here that we are in really unprecedented times for those of us alive now. So historically, not necessarily, but for those of us alive in this world at this moment, we are undergoing, emotional, racial, social, political unrest, and it's all amidst a pandemic. And there's a phrase I've been hearing a lot of, that we're all weathering the same storm, but in different boats. And I love that last part because we are all in unique circumstances, financially, racially, socially. And so the impacts around us are going to vary quite a lot. And my hope is to introduce mindfulness and meditation as a tool to help support us, as one of course, many, many tools that we can use during this time. So let me first start with a formula that Dr. Judson Brewer used recently that I really liked. And some of you might be familiar with Dr. Brewer. So he's a psychiatrist. He's an addiction psychiatrist. He was at Yale for a while. He's now at Brown University School of Mindfulness. So the formula that he came up with that I really like is fear plus uncertainty equals anxiety. And fear is a natural response to the current situation that we find ourselves in, that, it's normal, it's natural, but fear likes to have answers to questions. And when it doesn't get that and we are left with feelings of uncertainty, what results is anxiety. And So again, I want to normalize that, and talk about what is actually going on in the brain when we are feeling anxious, and how can mindfulness support us. So this formula, fear, without having the answers it needs to help kind of tamp down that fear response, leads to anxiety, which again is just a natural response. So if we look at three brain structures, the neocortex, which is the rational part of the brain, it contains the prefrontal cortex, and that's like the CEO of the brain. So it's the part of the brain that helps us make good decisions, that uses history to plan for the future. It's a part of the brain that helps us when with impulse control, and it's really the rational, like the CEO of the brain. The limbic system is the more emotional brain, so it's where emotions and feelings, and where the amygdala is situated. And then the reptilian complex is the part of the brain that controls heart rate and respiration. It's the more primal part of the brain. So when we are feeling anxious or stressed, the limbic system and the reptilian complex really work hard to support us. I mean, in a sense, to keep us alive, and that's a natural response. But what happens? Yes?
I'm so sorry. We're not seeing your slides.
Oh, wow. You are not seeing my slides, huh? Okay. Let me go back to the Zoom. Is that better? Hold on. How's that?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry, everyone. Let me I'll do a quick recap here. So here's our preview, weathering the same storm, but in different boats. This is the formula that I think is, just sort of validating that when fear doesn't have answers, it leads to anxiety. Here's the parts of the brain. And what I want to do now is say a little bit about some of the research, because we know that mindfulness has increased in popularity, but in large part, it is because the science is validating it. So it's sort of taking it out of kind of the woo-woo and bringing us into more legitimacy. So you can see that, back in the 80s, there actually were a few peer-reviewed studies being done, but it wasn't until around 2009, 2010 that the peer-reviewed studies really, really picked up. So this is in part why mindfulness has become so popular. Another research piece that I want to share with you is from two friends, Chris Liddy and Darren Good. They looked at 4,000 organizations offering mindfulness. And within those 4,000 organizations, they looked at, well, what are the themes or the benefits? And so distractibility, listening, collaboration, improved satisfaction, less burnout, perceived stressors as less, and improved mood and sleep quality. So across 4,000 organizations that offer mindfulness on a regular basis, these were kind of common factors. So let's go ahead and look now what mindfulness is and what it isn't. As I mentioned earlier, that there are a lot of misconceptions about it. And I'm going to give you a distinction between these two words. So what mindfulness is and what meditation is. So these are not passive techniques. They are not relaxation techniques, although relaxation and ease is a byproduct. We're not trying to create something special. So we're not creating a special state of mind. We're not analyzing or figuring things out. And we're not actually trying to stop thought. So the list could be longer, but these are very, very common misconceptions. So mindfulness is a very active, engaged practice, and we'll take a look at that. I'm going to give you kind of a big picture definition. It's a quality of mind that is awake and aware with an attitude of receptivity, curiosity, and interest to whatever is happening within and also around. And it is essentially a willingness to meet whatever experience you are having to allow for it. So in a way, especially with things that are unpleasant, we're learning to drop the resistance to the unpleasant and be able to relate to whatever is happening with kind of more space, more room, and ultimately to have more ease. So let me unpack this definition a bit. It's a quality of mind that's awake and aware and that knows it. So it's kind of like a meta awareness. And a helpful way to think about it is that during the day, through research, we know that about 50% of our waking hours, we're actually lost in thought. So lost in rumination, planning, remembering. But all of us have these moments of waking up from that, what's kind of like a trance-like state. And when we wake up, that's like a metacognition. We are now awake, we are aware, we're alert, and we actually know it. So we're awake and aware and we know it. So being lost in thought, you are lost. It's a great phrase. You're not awake, you're not aware, you don't know it. The second part of the definition has to do with the kind of quality or attitude in the mind. And I love this image because when we look through a microscope, we are receptive and curious and open to what it is we'll find. In mindfulness, this attitude of receptivity, interest, and curiosity is essential to what it means to be mindful. So it is quality of mind that's awake, that's aware, that's alert, and that knows it. And that really helps you. When we know where our attention is, we can more easily intentionally regulate it. So let's look at what meditation is. And the fitness analogy is a really good one. I hate to overuse analogies, but I feel like this is a really good one. So think of meditation as a fitness routine for the mind. In other words, when you want a strong and flexible body, you pick an exercise and you engage in that exercise with repetition on a very regular basis, whether it's working against the resistance of weight as we show in the picture, or it's out for a walk, or something else. But you are, fair to say, cultivating strength and flexibility, not so that you're strong and flexible just during that formal time you set aside to work out, but you're actually employing that strength and flexibility in the service of your day-to-day life, so that you can carry things and walk where you need to and move your body in a way that you need to for ease. Mindfulness meditation is the same. So meditation is a bit like saying the word sports. There are lots of different kinds. The kind I'm talking about here is very specific. It is mindfulness meditation. And essentially what we're doing is we're picking an object to serve as an anchor for the mind. And the breath sensation in the body is really good one to pick. If breath is difficult for anyone, which can happen at any time, you could have a cold, or just breathing is, you're not wanting to put your attention on breath. You could take your two hands and put the palms on your thighs and notice the point of contact, or even point of contact with the back of the chair. But essentially you need an anchor so that when the mind wanders off, which it naturally will, we're not trying to stop it. We're just seeing that when we have wandered, we're returning. And then the mind will wander off again and we see it and we return our attention. And so you're doing repetitions in a way. The thinking mind serves you well. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. So it's the intentional regulation of attention, which helps to calibrate or steady the mind. Mindfulness just works better when the platform of attention is steadied. And that's what this kind of meditation will do, because thoughts slip in unnoticed. And so what we're doing in this practice is we're noticing with more frequency when we're formally setting aside time to practice. And so what I'd like to do is actually do just about 2 minutes of a guided meditation with all of you. So if you, in the spirit of what this is, of what this practice is, it's easy to talk about it, but it's like a good meal that you can think about, but until you actually taste it, that's where it really matters. So what I would love is if everybody just sits in a way that feels comfortable and relaxed, yet you're holding yourself upright where the spine is straight but not stiff. Your eyes can be open or closed. And so if you prefer to keep the eyes open, you want to just gaze downward just a little bit. We'll just literally do this for about a minute. So just take a moment to settle in and notice your body. And notice physical sensations from your activity so far today. So just really just kind of tapping into the body, noticing what's happening, pulsing, vibration, points of contact. And take a moment to begin to notice the rhythm of your breath. So breathing in and breathing out. Each time the mind wanders, simply return to the breath sensation. So you may notice the breath sensation in the abdomen, perhaps the chest, maybe the nostrils, or just the whole body, breathing in and breathing out. As thoughts slip in, which they will, not a problem. Just release the storyline, the memory, the planning, soften the body, and just return to that breath sensation where you feel it most prominently. Tracking the breath in and out. And I'll count back from 3 to 1. And when I arrive at 1, if your eyes were closed, you can allow them to open. So 3, 2, 1. Allowing the eyes to open if they were closed and re-engaging. So if any of you had anything like this going on in the mind, I just, again, want to say, you know, this is sort of the job description of the mind is to produce thought. And we just see it and we bring the attention back. It's just like, you know, working against the resistance of that weight in order to build strength and flexibility, only we're building steadiness and calibration of attention each time we decide not to follow the trail of a story and we see we're in it. So in winding down, I want to say this is from a friend who I asked if I could borrow it because I thought he did a really nice job capturing things that we hear a lot, which is, you know, you are doing it right when you see that you've gone off into thought and you bring your attention back. You're cultivating a steadiness of mind. When you focus on your anchor, you're actually detaching from the thought stream. Notice the mind is wandering. It is a moment of mindfulness because that's that, oh, I am awake, I'm aware, I actually see this. Are kind to yourself when your mind wanders. You're building the muscle of concentration. It's not wrong to have a wandering mind. This is what is happening in meditation. We're just simply saying we're not going to continue with the storyline that we may have caught ourselves in. And when you notice where the mind is wandering, it's actually giving you good insights into your own mental habit patterns. So we're sort of cultivating or developing a kind of mental fitness. So if you're inspired to practice, Dan Harris has a really good app called 10% Happier and a great book. But 5 minutes, you know, 5 times a week for 5 weeks is a really good way to just give it a try and to see what it's like and to enter without expectations of relaxation. Because when we remove all the things we're distracted by, we don't necessarily feel relaxed, and that's actually okay. So a couple ways to help you get there is set the intention, create the time and space, create reminders. And I would add work with resistance to doing it because that is a very, very common thing. This is a really quick technique that's nice, is when we feel provoked in some way. This comes from John Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness-based stress reduction program. And basically, you know, the more we feel provoked by something, it could be something someone said or did, that to remember this acronym STOP, which is you see the reactivity arising. Sometimes we don't see the reactivity. The reactivity arises, we lash out with something we say or do that we then later regret. But the more we actually practice with the mind and body in this way, the more we see that creeping up of that reactivity, and we can stop, simply take a breath. What's happening at the level of thought, emotion, and body sensation, and then allow that to help you proceed. This is another one I love related to social media and just how often we're checking. Why am I tweeting, texting, and talking? So it's just that, the WAIT acronym. And this is a quote by the Vietnamese monk, Thich Nhat Hanh, and I won't read it because you all can see that there, but just simply to say that emotions are contagious, and that, you know, all of us in our lives have seen that when we're with somebody who tends to be very anxious, we can actually, you know, feel that. Dr. Brewer says it's sort of like somebody sneezes the anxiety onto you and you take it in and actually catch it. So that we're doing not only ourselves, but we're doing others a service. We have a whole bunch of free resources and videos, and every Tuesday and Thursday from 8:30 to 9, which is where I was this morning, we have this thing called Coffee House in the Clouds, and anybody can join, and we welcome all of you to join us. And then a bunch of free resources on harvardpilgrim.org/mindfulness. So with that, I know, you know, we have a few moments for questions right now, and also I understand there's an opportunity for us to go into another conference room where I'm happy to answer questions. And I want to just really apologize for the slide mishap. I thought I had shared my screen, but
This is Paul.
sorry about that.
I'm trying to, I think I'm in the wrong room.
Are you? This lady
We've got
speaking
some
right now?
people,
Yes,
let
yes,
me
is that where
mute
I'm-
those. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
she's just going to finish and they'll pull us in.
All right. I think we got that covered. So appreciate you giving us this presentation. Let me see if there are any questions out there. And as you mentioned, we'll have you go into our Zoom networking lounge in just a moment.
Yep.
And that's another place where people can connect with you and ask some more detailed questions. But we're just checking on the Whova platform just to see if there are any additional questions out there. But again, thank you very much. And there's so much going on that this is so much more needed than even in normal times, but still needed that as well.
Yes. So Garrett, should I stop my share at this point?
Yeah, you can stop your share.
Okay.
Unless you have anything else on there. And
No.
I'm going to see if we have any other questions out there. All right. Well, seeing no questions, I just want to again thank Tara for being with us. Thank you to Harvard Pilgrim for always supporting the chamber. And you can see the link in the chat. That's for the Zoom lounge and networking room sponsored by the Energy Efficiency Programs at Southern Connecticut Gas and UI. And Tara is going to head over there. That's an opportunity for you to be able to connect with her in a meeting setting so she can see you and you can talk directly to her. So again, Tara, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I just want to remind everyone that we do have the Foxwoods Resort Casino package that is still available. So the way you enter into that drawing, which we're going to be doing later today, is you can go into the exhibitor booths, go there, make sure you visit by one of the booths, interact, do a like, accept an offer or deal, and then you will be entered into the prize running for the Foxwoods Resort Casino giveaway. And again, thank you to Foxwoods, and thank you to Comcast Business for being our presenting sponsor of the Big Connect. Again, a digital Big Connect this year, but a good one nonetheless. We've had so many people who have been able to make connections on the platform, on the Whova website. It's been great to be able to see people still interacting and have business activity going on, even as we still deal with this pandemic. And hopefully in the very near future, we will be seeing a vaccine and we can get back to more normal business activity going forward. So again, thank you everyone for being here for the Big Connect. We're going to move on to our next speaker, and I know we have Paul out there, and I'll let him start his video as well. And Paul, good morning, and thanks for joining us. We're excited for the panel that you've put together today, Unique Staffing Structures, the New Contract Worker in the Gig Economy. So Paul, good morning, and thanks for being on with us.
Oh, good morning, Garrett. Thank you very much for having us. We're looking forward to this presentation this morning, and we've got a panel of terrific people assembled here today to support this whole process of what's this gig economy all about. I'll just give a quick introduction for the panelists this morning, and we'll take it from there because I know we're short on time. But first off, Joyce Cohen is joining me today. Joyce is a career coach par excellence and has many years of experience in dealing with coaching people at all levels, whether it be students in high school or mid-career people or senior citizens, and over a wide variety of industries, from school to business to the CIA for that matter. So she's an extensive background in coaching in life and coaching in industry. Barbara Hanna joins us. Barbara is the owner and the main force behind Barbara Hanna and Associates, a coaching and consulting firm that assists people and companies with their communications to make sure they're concise, to the point, and actually very much on mark. And Barbara is going to be speaking about how she's made a transition in life to this new world of being her own company and her own owner of her firm. And also Dom Scarano is with us. Dom is a principal with Bailey and Scarano, an extraordinarily fine accounting firm based in Branford, Connecticut. They've celebrated their 104th anniversary as being in business, and Dom makes me understand clearly that he's not been there the entire time of the company's history. So Dom is a strong background and will give us some great tips and thoughts about what you should consider if in fact you find yourself in a situation where you'll be beginning your own company and possibly being a gig employee. So everyone will have a chance to give you their views, and I'm sure you will find it all very, very helpful. I thought I would just start by talking about this whole concept of what the gig economy is and what it is to be a gig employee, and who are these gig employees in our midst these days. Many times people wonder where the term gig really came from. Actually, back in the 1920s, when jazz musicians and performers on Broadway were looking for work, they would refer to their next assignment as a gig. They would go do a dance routine at a Broadway theater or at some show, or a musician would take his instrument and go to play with another band for a short period of time. That would be their gig. So they became the gig economy in those days, mostly for people who were passing through and only would be working at a certain assignment for a short period of time. It also went with many of the people in the arts industry as well. So the people in lighting and the people in the stage and the people in the orchestras were all pretty much gig employees in those days. They worked for a period of time, did their performance, and then they moved on. No benefits, no long-term expectations. It was generally just a short-term assignment. The gig economy has resurrected itself today for a variety of reasons. And we find that many people are in the gig economy today that had normally not been there because they had long-term jobs with benefits, and those jobs were continuing and continuing and continuing. And people look forward to getting their 25-year watch and becoming members of the Quarter Century Club and a variety of things along those lines, but times have changed dramatically. So people are not many times long-term employees, and because of reasons of their own or because of reasons of the company, they find themselves looking for work and looking for a new career and a new way to make a living. So we're finding today that the gig economy is growing. In 2017, a statistic that I saw showed that there was about 10 million people who were private contractors or gig economy people. In 2019, that number had grown to over 15 million. And today, because of COVID and all the other things we're facing right now, that number is estimated to be well into the mid 20 million, maybe even higher than that. So the gig economy is growing. People are working part-time, short-term assignments, doing pretty much anything they can to, in fact, earn a living for themselves and their family. And it's becoming very, very much commonplace. And it brings some positives, and there's some negatives to it as well. I think one of the things we want to talk about is both sides of that, the positives and the negatives. And as you can well imagine, the flexibility of being a gig employee is probably a very positive thing, but certainly the benefits side of it and not knowing how long your paycheck is going to last is certainly a negative side of it. So balancing the pluses and minuses if you're looking to be a gig employee is certainly a major consideration. We find that in the industries today, just about every industry has gig employees, whether it be agriculture or manufacturing or education, wherever it might be. People are working part-time, working a few hours a week, a few hours a day, couple weeks a month, whatever the case may be. It's pretty much commonplace today to see people as gig economy. We also find that there are many people who are working a full-time position and are also a gig economy person. They might be picking up a part-time job to make extra money when it's possible, or during holiday seasons when retail outlets are looking for more people, they'll work a few extra hours after their full-time job. So we might have people in the regular economy and also the gig economy at the same time. Finding that we have many times 4 generations working within one organization, it brings different views and different attitudes towards the gig economy as well. People say, well, why do you take a job as a gig economy person? Well, because the opportunity is there and I need the money. I need an opportunity to grow. But many times people who are in transition are finding that the only opportunities for them is to be a gig economy person and take a job for a short period of time to see if in fact they fit the job. And the company also has an opportunity to see if that person is right for their culture and their environment and it really works out. So it's a bit like taking a test drive. If you're looking to buy a car, you try it out to see if it's the right thing, and then you carry on from there. The good news about gig economy people who do that is they have an opportunity to go from a temporary to a permanent assignment. And many times they, in fact, are the ones that land the job that the company was looking to fill, but weren't necessarily looking to fill it on a full-time basis right away. They were looking to fill it on a part-time basis. So the gig economy is pretty much here to stay, I would think. And we're looking to see how this is going to continue to grow and how, in fact, it will impact our economy in a variety of ways. I think the thing to keep in mind when we look at the gig economy is that there's, good things that can come from this if, in fact, we utilize it in the proper way. And I think the 4 most important things to look at when you're looking at the gig economy today is the 4 Ps, the place. Where is it you're going to work? We're finding in the gig economy, many times people have to be creative with their commuting because the job that they have a gig opportunity for might be in another state. It might be on the other side of the country, and they'll leave on Sunday night, work all week and come back on Friday, maybe Saturday, be home for the weekend and go away again. So in fact, you need to make sure that the place that the gig opportunity is going to work for yourself and your family and all the other necessary specifics of that job. The process that you're going to be doing while you're in that job is the second P. What is it that I'm really asked to do? Have I oversold myself for this position? Or do I really have the skills to do this job properly? And I can stay here for a period of time for the assignment, or maybe they'll renew me as an employee and keep me longer than what they had anticipated. And maybe I'll even become a regular employee, because we still find that 60 to 75% of the jobs being filled today are never advertised. They're just known by the company, and they hire them many times very privately and quietly without even going to the outside. So if you're on the inside as a gig employee, you might have a better chance for that opportunity when it opens. The third P is the people that you'll be working with. You need to make sure that you're in the environment that's going to be comfortable for you and appropriate for your skills and your background and your style. So looking at the people around you and the people that you're going to impact while you're there as well is a major consideration. And the last P, I think, is very important. That's the purpose. What are you looking to do in this job? Do you really have a purpose, or are you just taking a job to make money and to pay your bills? And that's very important, I understand. But going deeper into it, do you have a true purpose for what you're looking for in this next assignment that you're taking on? We all would like to be able to say that I can have a long-term relationship with an organization, but we know in many cases that's not the way of the economy today. And who knows where it's going to be changing as this work from home process continues during this COVID virus that we're fighting at the same time. So place, process, people, and purpose, we think are very important when you're looking at gig economy jobs and assignments that you might be looking at for a part-time, semi-part-time, or even a full-time basis. So with just those few opening comments, I'd like to ask Joyce to talk a little bit more about the purpose side of things, because Joyce is working very closely with a colleague of hers, and My Future Purpose is a organization that Joyce has begun, and I'd like to get Joyce's thoughts about this.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul. I'm so glad you brought that up because purpose is the one we usually look at from the business perspective. And I'm going to look at this from macro, micro, and the macro is from the corporation or the business, regardless of the size perspective. And they usually talk about the product and the price of it and the place of where you're going to put this and how you promote it. And purpose always is becoming now a word that is very linked to the place where you work. And the name of the game is linking purpose with, so that everyone is on the same page, meaning the purpose of why are we in business? And then from the standpoint of the individuals working there, do they align with what you are all about? And do you as the company align with people? Do you feel like I belong here and that what I'm doing is making a difference? There are several books that are even coming out now. You have now corporations creating chief purpose officers. That would never used to be. And it's an individual whose job is to do just that, align what the company or the organization is about, who's working there, and are we really looking at the good of what's being offered out there in the world? So that providing a service or a product, regardless of what it is, has to get linked to the social good that it provides. And I'll mention just a couple books, because if anyone has any interest in this, one of them that I'm going to show up right now is called Purpose in a Paycheck. And it's a Chris Farrell book, but it's becoming very popular now because younger people, especially all the millennials and the Gen Z folks who are entering the workforce, want to not have things, they want to have experiences, and they want to be working for a place that is making a difference out in the world. And the other one I'll mention, and I highly recommend this, is called Good is the New Cool. And it has to be about the product service that you provide linked with what difference does it make in the world. And then if you look at an organization like Bombas, you've probably seen that commercial on TV, buy a pair of socks and they give a pair of socks to someone in need. And the combination of that good is the new cool, meaning what am I doing that makes a difference and of what value is it out there in the world? There is what younger workers are looking for. And they're also looking at a company's mission statement, your purpose statement that may hang on the wall, but how real is it in actuality when you're working there? So younger people are asking very different questions in interviews. And that leads me to the flip side of this, beside the company, from a personal perspective. We're in uncharted waters. As Paul talked about, so much of what used to be is not so now. And that's why the first thing we've got to do is shift our mindset. So if you hear a word like TaskRabbit worker or Uber Lyft driver, we may get a mindset of what that is. And it might be transient because that's really what the word gig means. And the shifting of the mindset is we may, in essence, have multiple revenue streams that we bring in. And we've got to look inside, because that's the first thing you go after you shift your mindset. You got to go inside and look at, what am I all about? What are my values? What are my interests? What are my skills? And put all that together with the experience that you've gathered and amassed so far. And then look at, where do I want to provide that in the future? And perhaps the whole idea of not settling, because we don't call that anymore. Not settling means perhaps a revenue stream coming from multiple places. I never thought of myself as a gig worker, but in fact, I've been doing it for 50 years. And it was not having one employer. Well, early on I did, but then gathering revenue streams that I would go various places and work for a day. So was I transient? Yes, but what was I called? Consultant, entrepreneur. You just have different names that represent really the same similar kinds of things. So you go inside, you look at what you're good at, you amass those experiences, shift your mindset about you're not settling, you're trying out for size to look at the health of an organization and is this a good fit? And if you have any interest in this, I would be more than happy to have any conversation. You just, we will share emails later. Be glad to talk with any of you about how you do this, because it's a whole new world out there. And don't shy away from any labels now, because we are looking at we've got to go inside and look at, what do I need to amass? Do I need to make money? Do I want to get out of the house if I'm already retired? You look at what works for you, and then how do I put that into practice to end up being the purposeful individual and provider that you've always wanted to be.
Terrific, Joyce. Thanks very much. Yeah, your comments about settling are so true. In my business, the J Group, we deal with people that are in transition all the time, and they continually say, I'm not going to settle for just any job. Well, you have to be careful with that because sometimes you get a wrong connotation there. Settling also gives you an opportunity to take a look and kind of step back a little bit, see what the new industry is all about, and realize for sure that your old company knew a lot about you, so they were willing to pay you at a certain rate. But your new company might be just really trying to figure out what you are and what you bring to the party. So they might need to look at a different compensation structure for you to begin with. So settling is not a bad thing. You want to continue to grow and develop, but settle, not a negative connotation whatsoever. Thanks, Joyce. Really appreciate that. We'll be around for questions here going forward. Barbara, we'd like to turn to you now and get a personal insight from you as to what it has meant to go in transition and to now start your own business.
Thanks for having me, Paul. I'm not sure what the makeup of the audience is, so I'll try and touch on aspects of people who are recently out of work and people who are the younger set, just always gravitating to the gig economy. But as a little background, the lion's share of my extensive career has been in corporate America, in Manhattan at large Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies, always in communications, corporate communications, marketing communications. And in the last 10, 15 years, the natural evolution to social media marketing communications. So basically, it's being responsible for getting the story told for whatever the business of the company, the aspect of the business that I'm involved with. And so that was up until 2017, when a little bit like what Joyce was talking about in terms of that need for a sense of purpose. After many years of serving the corporate voice, I felt there was something inside of me that was longing for more meaning. And so I elected to exit the corporate world and dedicated a year to a nonprofit. So that really checked a life box for me. I called it my Peace Corps year. And when that was over, I said to myself, okay, glad I checked that box, but I'm going to go back where I'm more comfortable. I know I can make a lot of income and where I sort of fit. And what I discovered, where the story gets a little interesting, is much as I truly believe in my capabilities, for any number of reasons, I was not able to quickly secure the kind of role that I was really open to. And I do have a plethora of capabilities. So what happened is, in the course of a good solid year plus of looking for full-time work, for me, I don't know those who are present with us on what your individual capabilities are, but for me, all things communications are a very portable, transferable skill. If someone needed a press release, if someone needed a communications plan, someone needs a marketing plan, I could just do that for a small business, medium, large. So while I was looking for the long, okay, I want that amazing full-time capacity that I'd had for years and years, after a while, I said to myself, for the reasons of generating revenue, for the reasons of putting a toe into an organization that may want me for the long haul, let me package up myself as a gig solopreneur. And with the advice of my financial advisor, for me, it was to create an LLC, which is very simple, sounds intimidating. Others do an S Corp. Very little financial commitment is involved, very little paperwork. But for me, it legitimized my capabilities to present myself as I networked as an individual who had my own business and could deliver any number of services on a gig basis. And so the value of that was that at first, it sort of legitimized me that I had a company versus I was just Barbara Hannon. And with that was more attractive to some larger organizations who have a lot of back paperwork when you want to actually work for them on an interim basis. Some of them are like, if you're just an average home, resident in a home and you know how to do something, that is not going to get you through the review process of going through procurement and having them retain you. So there are a lot of good reasons. So one was to actually be in a position to secure gigs at large corporations, but also it gave me fresh, remember I've been out of work for a year. So it gave me fresh stories to bring to interviews, to bring to new clients, to stay fresh. It gave me interim revenue, which is always a beautiful thing. And it actually, and this is the most important thing, it restored my professional soul. I've had a lot of years of being, and I think anyone on this webinar today feels that they are the professional that they are, whatever it is. Even if you're a caterer or a carpenter, if it's not something in an office environment, whatever it is, if you've done it for a long while, it is your identity. And so what I was able to do is really feel like I was back in my saddle again. And with that, right alongside of it is the word networking. And when I say networking, it's really leaning into this. This is not waiting for someone to call and, oh, you have a friend. No, it's going to the New Haven Chamber's monthly, now would be Zoom, and it's very valuable to Zoom or in person. Zoom's just as valuable to go to their monthly events, to go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's monthly Zoom networking events. And I would say that the most important thing for me to secure agreements, which are not always perpetual. I mean, I can go a gap without a financial arrangement for a gig, but I have built the confidence of establishing my LinkedIn profile, because you either need to be on LinkedIn or perhaps on Facebook, based on if you're like a restaurant or a seamstress or whatever, but you need to be online. So by fine tuning my LinkedIn, by really networking, and when I say getting to the Zoom, here's the bonus thing that makes a Zoom more advantageous, is to make sure you send a little note in chat if anyone seems to be aligned with what might be a category you could get a gig with, or would understand what you're doing, because you can't always be getting. You need to give as well. You need to have an exchange of, how are you doing? I saw what you said on Zoom. Tell me what's going on with you. Maybe I can help. But what you do is you reach out after that Zoom and you either connect with them on LinkedIn or through email, and you say, let's talk for half an hour on the phone. You have that time, especially in pandemic. You have the time in the evenings, on the weekends, probably, whatever suits the two of you. But what you do is you have this sort of genuine, wonderful exchange of information, and you create a connection. So networking is critical. And for me, what I have ended up doing is by building strong relationships and by taking the time to talk with people about what do they need? How can I help? Then what I've now started to do is, in order to secure a gig, is to, some of my colleagues and professional friends have their own businesses. And what I do aligns with them. It doesn't compete with them, but it's sort of the next door neighbor to the kind of work they do. And I've been able to be brought in as a subcontractor under the umbrella of their organization. And of course, they take a fee, and I establish my fee. And again, it's not something that is a constant. And there is what Paul pointed out, you don't always necessarily have the ongoing revenue. But what this can be, if you feel compelled, if your soul requires you be a permanent employee or working somewhere on a regular basis, if you establish yourself in the gig economy and you no longer define yourself as whatever my title was at my previous corporation, which was Pitney Bowes. 2.5, 3 years later, I don't see myself as that title at Pitney Bowes. Today, I see myself for the overall business acumen that I bring. I'm not one title that was a manager of some one thing. I have an extraordinary background, as I'm sure anyone listening feels they have things they're really good at. So what I would say, what I hadn't mentioned yet, is you need to get your shtick down, your elevator speech, and that can be very intimidating. I do remember being at the Big Connect in Oakdale 2 years ago, like from today, and it was my first venture into, okay, I'm going to do this now. And someone said to me, well, tell me about your business. And I said, well, I was recently a such and such title at Pitney Bowes. That's not my elevator speech. 2 years later, I have found that you need to dig deep and figure out, what are you solid at? What can you do in the middle of your sleep, in your mind, that you are so good at? And even if you have 12 things that you are good at, figure out what it is that shorter, sweeter, deliverable that might be of value of someone else. Because at the end of the day, it's what's in it for them. How can you help them? Because so many organizations don't have the ability to increase headcount, or they're cutting back headcount. And you can be a very attractive service to them if you can say to them, listen, I can fill the need that you have, this finite problem, for this set amount of money. And what you need to do is leave them smiling, over deliver, and you've built a fine reputation. And when you're done, if you are in the professional realm of a LinkedIn environment, then you ask them for a recommendation. So I'm going to stop there because there's so much and I don't want to take up any more time. But anyone, I'm not sure if we're going to come back to me, but anyone is welcome to find me on LinkedIn or through email. Send me a note in the chat here. I'd be glad to pick up this conversation and help you out.
Good. Well, Barbara, that's terrific. I mean, hearing from somebody who's actually done it, who's gone from a corporate job to their own business now, it's just so wonderful to hear that. I believe we are going to a chat room after this, so hopefully the audience will stay with us and there'll be an opportunity for chatting. But just quickly, because I know we want to move on to Dom and talk about another aspect of this as well. Barbara, when you were thinking of your career, did you ever think you'd be a private practitioner, have your own business ever?
Being in communications, I always thought that I would be a writer and write books and such, and there's still time for that. No, I did not think. I always knew that there were people on the side would say, could you write me a press release? Could you write me an article? Because I have that capability. But I was always a corporate beast. I worked on Park Avenue for 13 years, a very large corporation. That was the foundation. And I really love the corporate world. I don't hate the corporate world. I love the corporate world. There's nothing that you should mention that. Having a team is everything to me. And so one of the things you need to bring, and both Joyce and you kind of touched on, making sure you fit into the organization. You're going in and out. So you need to be flexible and adaptable to going in and understanding, what's this organization about? And can I assimilate quickly and be a part of that and not fight City Hall? Can I be a part of it? So it's been a pleasure to sort of go in, because I think we've all worked at somewhere long-term where personalities weren't always our favorite. The luxury of this is, if there's any burden, after a period of months or weeks, it's over and you move on.
You can walk away from it for sure. The values of being your own person as well certainly helps on things like the commuting costs and that sort of thing. You're working from the corporate headquarters this morning for the Barbara Hanna Associates, I believe.
And let's not forget the tax benefits for of your home.
Well, a perfect lead in to what we're going to talk about next. We had the purpose, we have the actual participation. Now we have the precaution section, where we need to take some steps to make sure that we have the right advice and the right counsel before we move into this gig world, or LLC or S Corp, to make sure that we've spoken to a professional. So Dom Scarano, we're looking forward to hear from you, your thoughts about what people should think about when they're looking at this thing of being a gig employee.
Sure. Thanks, Paul. And this is really kind of going what both Joyce and Barbara both alluded to. When somebody goes from, a lot of cases, they're going from a W-2 wage job, whether it's in corporate or privately, family-owned companies, and for whatever the reason may be, they end up finding themselves having to either find another job, and sometimes, as I think Joyce mentioned, consultant, gig consultant. Everybody becomes a consultant. The jobs, especially back years ago, working in the phone company, that was a lifelong job that people would have, or the gas company and water company. And some are, but a lot of times now it's no longer that. And they find, okay, you get your severance, you walk away, and they say, listen, we'll hire you back as a consultant. It does give those business owners, especially in this environment, a lot of flexibility not to have employees, because obviously, again, if they don't meet, especially if they don't meet the definition of an employee, you're saving on payroll taxes, you're saving on benefits. If it's a downturn in business, it's a lot easier to remove a consultant than it is an employee. When people do that, they say, oh, I have a job, I'm kind of going out there on my own, I've got my business card going, what do I do? As Barbara said, the first thing you really got to talk to is you got to talk to your financial advisor. You've got to understand what the tax implications, this is all the boring stuff, I get it. You have to find out, what are the tax implications? Should you be an LLC? Should you be a subchapter S? What does that mean? Because what happens a lot of times when people do this, we find that at the end of the day, they may have a tax burden, have no idea why they have a tax burden. And they really have to understand that, because if they're a W-2 employee and they go to a gig or a contractor, you're responsible for your own taxes. They're not coming out of your paycheck anymore. So you have to plan that. You have to manage that. There are great benefits to that as well. But the first thing is talk to your advisor, find out and get an understanding of what it means to be a gig or a contractor, a subcontractor or a contractor consultant, and make the decision on the entity. Once you make that decision, then you've got to understand you may have to register for sales tax. You may be doing business in other states. All of this are important questions that either you or your financial advisor should be asking you, to make sure you are filing the compliance work, the boring compliance work. Because the other thing that happens with people starting a new business is they're just looking to get business. The accounting and the tax kind of takes a little bit of a step back, because now they're in a position where I've got to figure out a way that I can make money, and doing it that is my main concentration. How do I make contacts? How do I make money? I'll worry about the tax after. That's dangerous. It really should be at the same time. Once you figure out what kind of entity, be it an LLC, a subchapter S, you can stay a sole proprietor, depends on the type of business you're in. Some businesses may need insurance, professional insurance. Once you get that, now you're on making your money, you're making your revenue, you're generating the revenue. You have expenses and deductions that you're allowed against that. No longer as an employee can you take what we call unreimbursed business expenses. That changed in the last tax act. You cannot take any of those. But if you are a contractor, self-employed, gig employee, you are allowed to take an array of deductions. And I think Barbara alluded to a home and office deduction, where if you have an office in your home, there are advantages to that as well. You also can form a retirement plan at the end of the day. They have the simplest ones, a SEP. Effectively about 20% of your net earnings you can put into a retirement plan. You're really acting as your own business, where before your employer might be contributing and you were contributing in a 401k or a 403b. Now you're doing it. It becomes your plan. You could have employees if your business necessitates that or dictates that. That gets a little bit more complicated because you have filing and compliance returns that have to be filed. So when you take all these deductions, it could be office expense, advertising expense, professional fees, rental, telephone, internet. You can buy a computer that's for the business, printer, scanner. All of those would be subject. Some may not be 100%, they may have a personal use to them, but they're available to have the ability to be deductible. Once you kind of go through that, you're going to have to probably pay quarterlies at some point in time. Once you got to get up and running, you're responsible. April, June, September, and January. If you are profitable or you foresee yourself being profitable, you will pay those on your own. Again, if you're an LLC, I'll go back, as Barbara said, if you're a subchapter S, a little bit different. You can still have quarterlies, but you're also able to take payroll. LLC, you form that, you're not able to take the old standard payroll check and have taxes removed unless you elect to be a different type of entity, such as a subchapter S corporation. As Barbara alluded to, very easy to do. You could be an LLC and switch to a subchapter S. It's one page, one form that you fill out, 2553 to do that. The other thing that people tend not to understand is when you're self-employed, you're a gig, you're a contractor, you're a consultant, is the self-employment tax. They forget about that part of it. They say, well, I got the income tax, I'm gonna put that on my return. I have some standard deduction or I have itemized deductions. They kind of forget that the net earnings of a company are subject to self-employment tax. Social Security, things about $132,000, you're taxed 12.4% on that. Medicare tax on your net earnings is 2.9%. It doesn't matter, it's not limited by any earnings. You do get half of that, of those two amounts as a deduction on the front of your return, but you have to pay 100% of that on your tax return. And a lot of people forget about that. They don't think about the self-employment tax. There's other measures that can be done, again, in terms of retirement and planning. There's a 20% business deduction depending on the field and the amount of money you're making that the government has allowed under this act. That's somewhat advantageous depending on the field you're in. But again, I think as Barbara and Joyce, I think both alluded to, talk to your advisor before you really get going. Because at the end of the day, if you don't, you're going to be in for a big surprise. We want to have no surprises. That's our goal. That's the goal of anybody in business, anybody financial advising, no surprises. And I'll end on that note.
Terrific, Dom. Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about what clearly makes a person a consultant as opposed to an employee? I believe there's some tests that the state and federal government has that regulates that.
Yeah, there are. There's basically I think it's about 20 rules to follow if you become, it's really more from the employer side, because employers are trying not to, in many cases, don't want to make you an employee. But if they're dictating certain things as an individual, you come in there and you're basically working 5 days a week for the same company and you're sitting in the same desk and you're basically doing whatever they tell you. They want you in these days, they want this kind of work done, they want this specific assignment done, assignment. And you do that for a consistent period of time, you could be an employee there. They try not to have you become an employee for the various reasons. And I've had clients that do that, and some of them risk that. And I explain to them, you have employees here. These are not consultants. These are not what we call 1099 people that you have, but some people try to do it. So it's more on the employer side, Paul, than it's on the individual side on who's dictating that.
But it certainly could have an impact on the individual depending how they're being treated.
No doubt. Well, what happens sometimes is, we've had this, is something happens, something at work doesn't go right, somebody gets laid off. For whatever the reason, they go try to collect unemployment. And they go to the unemployment and say, I don't have you as an employee of this company. You're not on the rolls. Well, I was working there. I was there, for 3 months there, and I was getting, in their mind, getting paid. They're not viewing it as a paycheck versus a check for that. And what happens there is they're going to get a phone call. That business is going to get a phone call, and they're going to either be discussed or there's going to be chances there'll be an unemployment audit, where they're going to go look through and see, are these people holding themselves out as employees or contractors, or are they really employees?
True.
That happens more than, do you have your own LinkedIn site? Do you have business cards? What are your invoices looking like? Are you invoicing your quote employer? If you're not doing some of those things, basically the state's going to come and say, wait a minute, we're going to really question this if you're really a contractor or really an employee. And that's where that kind of goes. For
sure. Well, there's a certain amount of romance and rewards to the being a gig employee, but there's a little risk there as well. And you have to, I think, take some necessary steps early on to make sure that you're protecting yourself and doing the right thing going forward. All right. Well, we were very efficient in getting through our major topics here, so I think we've got a little bit of time. Joyce or Barbara or Dominic, like to add anything additional before we open up for questions?
I just wanted to add to what Don was saying, that there's much more to it, but for those who are just starting out, when it comes to pricing your services and deliverables, based on everything that Dom just spoke to, it's important to have a conversation with someone in the know. Whatever you would normally charge, whatever would be an employee, you have to take into account all of the different taxes and fees that you are liable for paying back. And so you'll often hear that a consultant or a gig worker is expensive, not if you take into account all that they need to pay back in taxes and whatnot. So pricing of your services is critical, or you'll be swimming backwards quickly if you don't price it right.
Absolutely. Good advice. Yeah. Joyce, other thoughts?
Yeah, I would just reiterate the just the critical nature of deciding before you enter any venture. And as we said, we don't know if you're already doing this or this is something you're starting out. You've got to go inside first and look at what are all the things that you have amassed over the years. And then of that, what do you want to continue doing? And that's so important to look at, one, what I'm already all about, and two, what I really want to be doing in the future. And is this something that would make me want to get out of bed in the morning and go do and say, I get to do this today. And when I can do it, and somebody mentioned it earlier, and know that I don't have to be here a month from now. If this doesn't work or I don't like that environment, this is a short-term thing. And I can learn from this and then go forward. And it gives me another way to look at where do I want to be going in the future with this. And that will help me target the markets that I want to be looking at for the next venture or the next place I go with the talents that I already am.
Mm-hmm. In dealing with many people that we see in transition, people often mention to us that they're looking for their next gig. If it has benefits, that'll be great. If it doesn't, but it's going to be a gig because I probably need to move on every 6 months, a year, depending on what's going on with the company and what my skill level is as well. So it's a changing time. The normal way of finding jobs has certainly changed, and I'm guessing that it's going to continue that way going forward. I guess the other thing that I encourage people to do when they're looking at becoming a gig employee, are you motivated or are you inspired to be a gig employee? What motivates you to do this? And what inspires you to become a gig employee? Do you truly have a passion and a desire to do this? Or is this just happenstance that's giving you the opportunity to become a gig employee now for the foreseeable future? So a little bit of soul searching and a little bit of introspection, I think, is important when you decide to look at this opportunity and then see if you follow up with it and go. You have nothing to risk. If in fact you're in transition and a gig assignment comes along, why not take it? You never can tell where it might lead. But at the same time, you should know that if you do take that and it's not right, you probably need to begin a search once again and find that right job where you have that purpose and the procedure that's going to give you satisfaction. And also the comfort of knowing that you've got benefits and hopefully a long-term assignment with that company. All right. Other thoughts, comments? What a great panel of experts. This is terrific.
Paul, I'm seeing a couple of questions in the chat area.
Do we have some there? Okay, let's see what we
Yeah.
got. I'll look up the chat. Let me see.
While Paul's looking that up, I mentioned one other thing, and that's how different generations look at this whole topic. And the younger we are, you look at Gen Z and the millennials out there tend to look at this very differently because they don't want to buy things. They want experiences. And this whole gig economy and the whole way we look at jobs is very different from a younger perspective than from someone who's been around for a number of decades. And so it's just interesting to look at it from that generational view as well. Any thoughts in this chat?
As I'm looking through the questions, I have one here. Dom, maybe this would be addressed best to you. Why LLC and not your own 501c3?
501c3 is a standard charitable organization that everybody kind of knows. Obviously your purpose of being a non-for-profit, you have to get a determination letter from the IRS to basically say you meet the non-for-profit qualifications. Because that obviously a 501c3 allows you to accept contributions. And obviously your statements have to be in the charitable nature to be able to do it. There is an application form 1023 or 1024 that you can fill out, but basically you have to have a non-for-profit. I don't know if mission statement's the right word, but you have to basically do that. You're somewhat limited to, you need board, you need directors as well, but generally it's the primary mission.
Fair enough. Sure enough. Profit as opposed to not for profit, clearly. A question is, as the contractor model becomes more popular, will it matter who is an employee versus a contractor? What about co-working regulations? Anybody want to take a stab at that one? Not exactly sure I understand the question. As the contractor model becomes more popular, will it matter who is an employee versus a contractor? What about co-working regulations?
I mean, go ahead, Barbara, you go.
I was just going to say, I don't know about the co-working regulations, but I would say from my experience of working in large, medium, and small businesses, it's peanut butter and jelly at this point. I think that there is such an understanding that the nature of the beast of business is that people are going to come in on a consultative nature and serve needs and go, not to mention the connectivity of things like LinkedIn that allow people to just maintain relationships. I don't, obviously there are benefits to being an employee, and it comes in this little word called lots of perks and benefits that are not available to a gig person, but there's another list of benefits. I will say from before that a cautionary tale, I'm fortunate that my spouse has insurance, and that's, when you're really sitting at the kitchen table trying to figure out how you're going to make this happen, these are the things you have to consider. I have a lot of knowledge about insurance, but I can tell you that it isn't on my radar that I need worry about. And for me, that's a blessing, but it's a factor.
Absolutely. Here's a question. What is the best way to differentiate yourself from your peers who are offering similar products or services?
Joyce?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. So how do you differentiate yourself? You get very crystal clear about who you are, what you're all about, and the value add that you can bring to that organization. So how do you do that? You ask questions, you listen carefully, and then when you present, your whatever it is, you do it creatively, and you let them know from from the beginning through completion, what the steps are that you will take, and be very thorough about it. So I always say over deliver. And so if they ask for ABC, you want to say ABC, and what I also provide is, and that's where D&E would come in. And so you listen carefully for the need and how you differentiate yourself. You always are over prepared, you over deliver, and you do it in a way that you mirror what they're looking for, and then some. And I found that that's how you get asked back over time and time again, because then they'll say, we want Barbara, we want Joyce, we want Don, we want that person who understands our culture, gets who we are, and will always be there, deliver, be on time, will provide more than, and it's a pure pleasure. So that's where I have been very successful at doing that over the years, and I highly recommend it, because that's what people look for. They want to know that the bang for the buck is there, and the value add will always be greater than what was requested.
Yep. You're always looking for that callback, and it's based on trust and performance and relationship that you built with that employer, I'm sure. Excellent.
I just want to add that what Joyce said should be executed. Again, if you're in the professional office business world, that should be fully and clearly reflected in your LinkedIn profile. I mean, I've taken a note of some of the attendees today, and you can be sure I'm going to reach out to them on LinkedIn. I'm interested to see who's listening and connect with them as well. And that whenever I'm in any networking situation, in any situation, for me, I go straight to LinkedIn to see what's their story. And LinkedIn is not your resume. LinkedIn is a way to differentiate yourself. You should look around LinkedIn to see what some people who are very successful have as their profile story.
Mhm.
And then we're talking about books. This is a book. You want to jot it. Actually, there's a new version of this last week that's updated from 2 years ago with all the new things on LinkedIn. It's exactly how you figure out what it's play by play on how to fill in your LinkedIn profile. And I just can't emphasize enough that if you're going to differentiate yourself, then be clear and concise and only hone in on what you're really good at, with the best of what you do, and make that easy to understand and to digest.
Terrific, terrific. A number of the questions here, but I don't think we'll get a chance to answer them because we're running short on our time here. Just want to give the panelists one last opportunity to add a few more words of wisdom to people who are currently giggers or might find themselves to be giggers or have giggers in their family. What would you suggest to people who are in the gig economy now or looking to be in it? Dom, want to start with you?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, when they're interested in even going to be a gig, I want to emphasize, talk to your financial advisor. Just get as much information as you can and an understanding. And then, these other things that everybody's made great points about that, whether it's the insurance and the flexibility of being a gig and the insurance that you may not have when you were an employee, you've got to understand that going in, that there's things that you gonna have to pay on your own or expenses that you'll be able to deduct that you didn't have before. And you just got to understand. So once you understand that and you go forward, there's usually no problems at that point, but you just got to have an understanding of what you're getting into.
Get a good start. That's terrific. Thank you, Dom. Joyce, comments?
Two things. You don't have to have all the answers up front. So that it's fine to go in. I don't know that right now. And it's you talking to yourself in your mind's eye, and I'll find out, and then make sure you do, because entering this whole gig economy, it's about always learning. So it's always having an open mindset, being able to shift it as the economy shifts, as we move into what we have in the last 8-9 months. Understanding that technology is something I've got to be up on, and you say, I'm not good at that. That's not okay. You've got to say, this is where I need to learn next. So it's always looking at yourself. What do I need to amass? What skills do I need to add to my toolkit? And always, always, always be learning, because that's the name of the game.
Perfect. Thank you, Joyce. And Barbara, thoughts?
I think anyone who's looking to go in this direction has to know that a gig is not going to land on your lap, on your couch in your den. You have to go after this. There's an energy here. When you have a job with a corporation or any business that you've had for years, you just get in the car or get on your laptop these days and start. You have to seek this out. You have to build a reputation. You have to build a corral. I call it a corral or a cabinet of like-minded people who might be in the same bind as you, so that you have someone to bounce things off, so you can take your stresses to them and get ideas and run drafts by them and send emails to them that you might send to a potential, have a little corral of people that can be in it together with you, but not competitive, and just keep networking, because it's not going to land in your lap.
Indeed. And just a personal note in closing, after a long career in human resources, I thought I was going to retire, but then an opportunity came along to take over the running of the Shea Group. And here I am 3 years later, a gig employee with my own company. So it's a changing world for sure. And we never know what opportunities are going to come along. But if you're ready for it and you have the forethought and the background, as Dom mentions, and the wisdom that Barbara talks about, and certainly the understanding that Joyce has spoken about, I think the opportunity to be a successful gig employee is certainly there. And we wish you all the very best, should that be in your future. And if we could, Barbara, Joyce, or Dominic, and myself, be of any assistance, please reach out to us. We'd be more than happy to talk to you a little bit about gigging and what that means in the future. Garrett, I guess we go back to you at this point.
That's right. Paul, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone on the panel. It was great. And I understand you are all going to stick around and go into our Zoom networking room. So we'll put that into the chat. Again, this is a place where you can interact with our panelists, with speakers, right after they finish up talking. And so you can, we just put it in there. That's the link there to the Zoom networking room. If you follow that, you can go in, and it's a meeting format. So they'll be able to see you. You'll be able to see them and have a good conversation. So Paul, panel, thank you again. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Garrett.
All right. So again, the conversation continues in the Zoom lounge presented by the Energy Efficiency Programs at Southern Connecticut Gas and UI. Also, just want to remind everyone, we do still have that Foxwoods Resort Casino prize package. Visit our exhibitor booths to be able to be entered in for a prize. We're going to draw that at the end of the day today. Well, now it's time once again for our Diversity and Inclusion Council's awards. We've been giving these out to business partners who are serving wide-ranging customer bases, increasing economic success for all. You know, we recognize the value, strength, and competitive edge our region possesses within our diverse community. And during this expo, the D&I Council will honor 4 minority-owned businesses and organizations, today the 4th one, for their continuing demonstrated commitment to the New Haven region. Their dedication, resilience, growth, and documented success help advance our mission of creating a better future for all people in our community. And Ray Andrewson, our Director of Membership Services, has been doing a great job all week introducing us to these companies and putting a spotlight on a minority-owned business. Today, he's going to share his interview with Bruni Pizarro, Executive Director for Junta for Progressive Action. Ray.
And we welcome once again one of our winners from the Diversity and Inclusion Council, the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce, for this year during our Big Connect Expo. We've been highlighting some of the organizations around our community that have been incredibly impactful, had wonderful histories, have documented success. And today we're very excited to talk with the Executive Director for the Junta for Progressive Action for the resilience of the work in the community, demonstrated wide-reaching friendship for Greater New Haven to help many people. We join with Executive Director Bruni Pizarro with us, and congratulations. It's great to have the Junta receive this award.
Thank you so much, Ray, for this warm gesture, and we are so honored at Junta for for the chamber's gesture of awarding us this amazing award and highlighting our work, especially during this time in COVID.
And certainly during COVID, and the remarkable history of Junta. Let's talk a little bit about the organization itself and its origins. Sure. It goes back decades. Many people already know about Junta.
Yes, so we were founded by community organizers, Latinx community organizers in 1969. So we have over 50 years of doing this amazing work. And so when there was sort of this idea of social abandonment, especially during the civil rights era of our communities and neglect, these community organizers rose to the challenge, got together and started their own institutions, and their Junta was born. And that was in 1969. Since then, we've been working on advocacy efforts, social services. At the core of what Junta does is our case management, our social services team, and we help folks navigate sort of the bureaucratic channels, uncharted territory for folks, especially those that only speak Spanish or have come from other countries or recently migrated to New Haven. We help them kind of navigate systems and we promote upward mobility. That's the idea. And we also were here for resettlement efforts. So I like to say that we're disaster resettlement experts. In 2017, when the hurricanes hit landfall in Puerto Rico, there were thousands of individuals that came to New Haven and Connecticut in general to resettle because they were uprooted from the hurricanes. And Junta was right there on the front lines, And I was there as a student, actually, as a fellow, an intern. I went to the Yale School of the Environment. I did my work, my master's work in part with Junta. And that's how I began my journey with Junta. It was amazing work in 2017, 2018.
And the work continues. And then 2017 was a disaster. I mean, that was a traumatic experience. But through your work and through the staff, and we see the staff in the community, and we see their smiling faces here too, for all the programs. Let's talk about the staff and how engaged they are.
Thank you so much for asking about the staff. They are so amazing. I am so thankful and inspired by their work since I was a student. They are, they are always there to, make sure people feel comfortable, welcomed, that they reinforce dignity in the community. Junta is a symbolic representation of our community. Many of our staff members happen to be Latina. So we are predominantly Latina-led organization. That's Sheila Serrano, our amazing Director of Social Services, who has been with Junta for 20 years, nearly 20 years. I think she's making her 20th year next year. So she's a wealth of knowledge, and people ask for our case managers. And now the challenge for us is, how do we continue to have this sort of long distance relationship now that we're remote because of COVID? How do we have this sort of long distance relationship with our constituents? So we've come up with programming to kind of adapt to this moment. People want to see them. They're kind of like mini influencers in a way, online. So we're doing a lot of great things online. So look out for that.
Remarkable work that you have. You obviously have volunteers that are part of this as well.
Absolutely.
And in terms of our award for diversity, inclusion, and outreach, in this time, we know that we are one world and we're a wider community. And it's important that all organizations support each other. So in this respect, the Diversity and Inclusion Award for Junta, describe what that really means to the organization.
Well, in terms of diversity and inclusion, I mean, our founding was, we were founded by community organizers that were Puerto Rican, right? That were fighting for equity, that were fighting for inclusivity, that were fighting for justice. And so I think that the amazing part of Junta is that we've continued that legacy over time. When we talk about basic needs, and communities on the margins, whether you're undocumented, you have status, you don't have status, you have mixed status, you're, Afro-Latinx, and these sort of nuances, indigenous, and so, where certain administrations have sidelined our community members, we have been there to pick up the pieces and try to promote sort of equity in that way. And
well, congratulations.
Thank you. And seeing a face that resonates and speaking the same language when people can't, sometimes there's certain applications, housing applications, or public services, social services, that are not like, there's no one to meet people halfway and speak their language. When you go to agencies or when you're filling out an application, it's only in English. That can be very, it can really sideline our community. So we're there to pick that sort of kind of adjust and help folks know that that the Junta House and it's all its iconic fashion and our people that make up the magic that is Junta, which is our staff, are there to like make sure that we don't reinforce that same sort of marginalized sideline perspective. That's why we are Latinx led, based, founded organization. So it's an organization that's been founded by Latinx for Latinx folks. So we're not window dressing our experience. And that's the amazing part. We understand our community because we are from the community.
And if anybody would like to learn more, obviously the website is a great place. We've shared some of the slides and information. To contact Junta, how would people do that?
Well, they can contact us by email, info@juntainc.org. They can contact us by phone 203-787-0191 from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. We are closed for lunch from 1 to 2. But please, please, please do call us if you find that there's, a need for a service, someone needs help. We can definitely refer folks. We do work in partnership with other organizations and volunteers. This is something that we don't do by ourselves, so I just wouldn't want to take all the credit. This is a communal and collective effort to do this work, and it requires a collective presence or partnership.
Bernie Pizarro, Executive Director, Junta for Progressive Action from the Diversity Inclusion Council, award-winning organization. We thank you so much for all your efforts here in the community.
On behalf of Junta, we are so, so thankful and honored for this award. And we appreciate y'all, we really do. It's because of individuals like yourselves who do the great work in the community and continue to, be leaders, that we can continue our work as well. We hope that we can continue and build this partnership. Thank you so, so much again for honoring us.
And thank you to Ray and to Bernie and Junta. Great to see them recognized for all of the work that they do. So the Big Connect, presented by Comcast Business, continues to roll on. This is our last day, day 4. Hard to believe we've done 4 full days of programming, but it's been a great 4 days, and we still have a lot more good content to share with you. So I'm excited to bring in now Wanda Larry with Workforce Alliance. And Wanda's put together a panel for us talking about Train for Tomorrow. We know that there's a lot of unemployment going on right now, but there's also a lot of future job opportunity. And this is something that Wanda does every day, along with Workforce Alliance, trying to get people into the right jobs, get them prepared for those. So Wanda, thanks for joining us, and thanks for putting together this great panel.
Thank you, Garrett, and thanks for the opportunity to join everyone this morning. As Garrett mentioned, I'm Wanda Larry at Workforce Alliance, and I am welcoming you to a panel conversation on training for tomorrow. Just to give you a little bit of backdrop in terms of what our landscape looked like nationally as well as in the state of Connecticut. And these numbers are as of September 2020. Our national unemployment rate is at 7.9%. Connecticut unemployment rate is slightly below the national at 7.8%. And while all industries in our state have been affected by the economic downturn, the most affected were leisure and hospitality. Moreover, in September of 2020, as reported by Help Wanted Analytic, which is a Reader Digest version that's presented by the Department of Labor, there were 47,772 postings across the state of Connecticut, of which 6,552 are in the South Central region. And last but not least, due to the pandemic, Connecticut saw 269,000 jobs lost in roughly 1 month, now the highest since 1960. Within this context, how does one or should an employer provide opportunities to train for tomorrow? How does educational institutions help both the employer, a prospective employee, a current employee, and others train for tomorrow? How does the workforce development entities across the state help an employer, employees, new hires train for tomorrow? You'll hear from a panel of experts with these varying perspectives on this very topic in a few minutes. But first, let me introduce myself as well as the panelists. Good morning again, I'm Wanda Larry. I work at Workforce Alliance. Workforce Alliance provides and administers employment and training programs through the American Job Centers located in the South Central region. I lead a team of experts who are organized across in-demand sectors within the South Central region. Steve Johnson leads our manufacturing, bioscience, and engineering sector, while Vicki Gepley heads up our healthcare, social, and educational services sector. We have Paul Gagne, who heads up our fire sector, which is finance, insurance, real estate, trades, and information technology. We have our new appointment, Matthew Reed, who is responsible for our hospitality, retail, as well as our TDL, transportation, distribution, and logistics sector. Our primary customer in the South Central region are employers. Our primary focus is to develop and match skilled talent pipelines for in-demand jobs across the South Central region. We develop these pipelines by tapping into the populations which are being served at the American Job Centers within the South Central regions. These pipelines include the underemployed, the unemployed, the long-term employed, those individuals on cash assistance, individuals who have availed themselves to specialized programs such as customized training or special grants, and those individuals who are returning from incarceration. For more details on what Business Services has to offer, I encourage you to visit our worksite at www.workforcealliance.biz. Please check us out. Let me introduce our first panelist, Erica Lynch. Erica started working with Gateway Community College in March of 2006 as a healthcare careers advisor for the South Central region. The position was a result of a collaboration between Workforce Investment Boards, i.e. Workforce Alliance, and Gateway Community College. In March of 2012, she was hired as a workforce development coordinator for the college. In this position, she manages non-credit workforce related programs, which include health and business careers. Our next presenter, our panelist, is Asia Strickland. Asia is a certified nursing assistant with Benchmark Senior Living in Hampton, Connecticut. Her education and certifications, which she'll share with you later, are multitude and are stackable. She's committed to providing comfort, precisely charting details of complex medical history and changes in her patient's conditions, mood, or presentation while under her care. Our next panelist is Sinquel Short. Sinquel Short is a communication specialist at the American Job Centers. He specializes in marketing and promotions, working with job seekers online to help connect them with employment and training opportunities in the greater New Haven and Middlesex counties. He attended Central Connecticut State University while he studied multimedia and digital film production. Before enrolling in the AJC services, he held customer service positions, entry level in both leadership positions, and now he has truly started his career with the American Job Center. Last but not least is Samantha Bonanno, is a senior talent management professional who provides leadership and thought partnership to develop integrated talent strategies that align with business objectives. She has spent the last 12 years with Masonacare running the talent management and engaging the best and brightest clinical and non-clinical talent throughout Connecticut. Prior to that, she worked as a technical recruiter for the aerospace and defense industry on the national scale. With that said, I invite you to utilize the chat function or also join us for a chat after this very important conversation. So let's get started. This is going to be a question for all panelists, and I'm going to start with Erica. From your perspective, what is the definition or your interpretation of the phrase training for tomorrow? Erica?
Hi, good morning, everyone. We have always focused here at Gateway on developing talent pipeline for the New Haven region. So as we look at what we've done in the past and as we move to the future, what we're really looking at is blending as many credentials in with our credit, along with our non-credit training, to make sure that the experience that a student has here is not only a good one, but it also gives them a credential as they move into the workforce. So as we look at training for tomorrow, we're looking at making sure those credentials are available for all students when they're possible, when the industry requires them. So that's how we look at it here at Gateway.
Thank you. Sinquel, can you share your perspective on, as a job seeker or as a current employee, what does it mean for you to train for tomorrow?
Absolutely, and good morning, everyone. To me, training for tomorrow means an opportunity to prepare for the future. Prior to my employment, it was a lot of times where I was looking for an overnight fix to finding a job or something quick.
Did we lose Sinquel? We lost you a little bit,
But
Sinquel.
training for tomorrow is more set. Am I back?
A little bit. You're just chopping, breaking up a little bit.
Sorry about that. As I was saying, I think training for tomorrow is an opportunity to prepare for success, more so in the long term rather than short-term successes.
Thank you. And Samantha, what is your take on that phrase?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Working in healthcare in this COVID landscape and this world that we're all living in, we say very often that things have changed as much in the last 6 months as they have in the last 6 years. And so we're constantly, from a talent perspective, looking at, current state of available resources and skills that are needed to meet the needs of our patients. Today, but also looking ahead to what our workforce needs to look like in the next few months to continue to meet the demand that is facing us. And so that's just looking at the internal resources that we have and how we can upskill our current workforce, but also how we partner with organizations like Workforce Alliance to make sure that they are staying ahead of the curve in terms of what kind of talent and skills are going to be needed in the marketplace.
Thank you, Samantha. Asia, what is your perspective on that phrase? Asia, you want just to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. My definition for that would be preparing for my future as a doctor, but to be specific, as a forensic scientist, having resources and training available for progression to success, and having many opportunities available in the field that you are seeking.
Thank you. The general themes that I'm hearing through all the different perspectives is it's a lifelong commitment to learning. It's a long-term journey, and there's a partnership between the employer and the educational institutions, and there's a commitment from the job seeker to have that passion, that commitment to learn on an ongoing basis. So thank you for that perspective, so that we're all level set as we continue with this conversation. Erica, can you just provide us with a high-level overview about the offerings at Gateway Community College, both on the degree side as well as the certification side, but more so on the certification side?
Sure. Well, Gateway Community College is the largest of Connecticut's state community colleges. We offer 90 accredited degree programs and certificates and 20 credit-free training programs. We offer these training programs in a wide array of sectors, covering automotive, allied health and nursing, engineering, early childhood, fire administration, water treatment, hospitality, manufacturing, criminal justice, and many, many business programs. Our accreditation is through the New England Commission of Higher Education, or NECHI. So that is our main accreditor. As we look at credentials on the credit and credit-free side, what we try to do is make sure those credentials are embedded in the curriculum when they're needed. But we are looking at really upskilling and doing more of that in the future, with hopefully every program at some point. So we really try to make sure that a student has a credential, and when we can, make sure that they have that credential here on campus. We get it done here, they have it before they leave, and they understand the value of that credential in regards to their degree or their credit certificate or their credit-free program.
Thank you, Erica. Samantha, can you describe what Masonic Care does?
What we do in terms of upskilling?
In terms of, as a company, in terms of what your services are and who's your customer.
Sure. Yes, so Masonic Care is a healthcare continuum. So when it comes to, we are focused on senior care. We are the largest senior focused healthcare provider in the state of Connecticut. Right now, we only operate within Connecticut, and we do serve patients statewide, which means for job seekers, we can provide employment opportunities throughout the state. It's very easy to move around within our system. Once you are in with us, if you are living in New Haven and you move to the Hartford area, we have opportunities in the Hartford area. So it's very, very easy to, stay with the company and grow once you're in with us. But again, going back to what the company does, we're a healthcare services provider. We have a skilled nursing facility. We have assisted living and independent living communities in the state. We also do home care and hospice home care throughout the state of Connecticut, in addition to private duty, non-medical home care. So we have clinical opportunities and non-clinical opportunities. You know, we have dining rooms, and so we have folks who do food service work for us. We need our facilities cleaned, so we have housekeepers. So we employ a wide range of types of skill sets, and we have about 1,900 employees throughout the state.
Impressive. Erica and Samantha, this is a question for both of you because there's a theme that's being threaded here that I want to capture. And the next question has to go to Erica in terms of what has been your relationship with the Workforce Alliance in the past and currently, and why is that relationship important?
Sure. We've partnered with Workforce Alliance for years. You know, as long as I've been working, I've always had a relationship with the Workforce Board. So that's great because they're really the people who help connect us to employers when they're looking for incumbent worker training. So it's been a great partnership to work with Workforce Alliance. Presently, we've actually just wrapped up some training through the CARES Act funding with them to complete CNA training and materials management training or warehouse and distribution. So it's a lifeline. You know, I can't say enough about it. So it's been a real pleasure to partner with them and work with them throughout the years.
Right, and just to kind of follow up a little bit of what Erica is talking about, it's really packaged as what we call customized training, where we get some feedback from both an employer as well as the market data in what's presented, and we develop customized programs to kind of meet that skill gap, whether it's a shortage or it's a skill set that's missing in the market, so that we can develop those pipelines for the employers within our region and across the state of Connecticut. And so we partnered on our Skill Up program for manufacturer. We've partnered with Gateway in terms of our hospitality program as well. And so there's a number of continuous programs. And they also provide opportunities for our customers to develop training through a Gateway Community College. And so Samantha, very similarly, how has that partnership worked with you in terms of workforce development, in terms of Workforce Alliance?
Yeah, we have partnered with you guys on the CNA pipeline program. That's a big area of need for us. And talking about, you know, the training for the future, that will continue to be a major area of need, not just for Masonic Care, but for organizations all over the state, all over the country, and as well as the hospitality program. We've partnered with you guys on that too. We've come in, myself and my colleagues, we've come in and we've actually presented to some of your job seekers on site. It's been a few months since we've done anything like that, but we've done it many times in the past where we've presented to job seekers just some tips and tricks on resume writing, interview skills, how to get the job you want, where to look for jobs, and you know, how to just all those little nuances of how to behave in an interview and the kinds of things you want on your resume to be able to get the job that you want once you do have those skills.
Thank you. And this is for both Asia and Sinquel. So I'll start with Asia because she's unmuted, and then I'll pick it up with Sinquel. Asia, how have you interacted with the American Job Centers, and what has been your experience as a customer of the American Job Centers in the South Central region?
Wow, it's been a pleasure. I would send anybody who is seeking for help that way, someone who is needing more strength and guidance into a career path. They've helped me on revising my own pathway to success. Bus passes, reimbursements, job club was awesome for one of them. I got to learn a lot of things towards strengthening my resume, a cover letter, thank you letter. But mostly it's gaining confidence and being able to speak more openly and knowing what I want and to get it done.
Well, thank you. And you know, Asia is kind of not, she's very modest. And so Asia, I just want you to highlight some of the certifications that you have under your belt. I wanted you to present those because I didn't share that with you and share, you know, at the beginning in terms of your bio, but I mean, you have very stackable credentials that's going to assist you in the long term. Can you share some of those credentials that you received as a result?
PCT, So I'm certified in phlebotomy and EKG. I was able to gain my CPR certificate, first aid, matrix learning, which is about computers, and more so about being able to do interview skills also. So I gained a lot through American Job Center. I really have.
Thank you, Asia. And thank you for getting up with us, because in your bio, I noticed that you work the overnight shift. So,
Oh, yeah.
but you look really great right now. So thank you.
Time management. Time management.
Absolutely. Sinquel, can you share your relationship and how it's been, and what you've received, and talk a little bit about the program that you were a part of that availed yourself to the opportunity that you're in right now?
Absolutely. First off, I want to start by saying the American Job Center does amazing work for our local community. What they offer is something that at a certain time I totally needed. The things with the different programs and workshops, I was able to gain so much knowledge in a short period of time. Usually to gain knowledge in workforce development in that sense, you would need months of experience, sometimes years. And some of the skills that they were offering was just by far skills that I needed. And more so with the program that I work with, Project CEO. So Project CEO works with young adults ages 16 to 24 living in the South Central community. And what they do is they offer you skill-based sets based on whatever industry that you're interested in. For me, that was social media. So they were able to offer me not only industry skills, but experience. I was able to learn and work closely with personnel where I would learn, where I'm doing things that I'm doing now. I'm learning things that I'm doing now in my job and gaining all of these skills. And it was just a great opportunity. The greatest thing I feel about American Job Center is that the people that you interact with, everyone that you come in contact with, they are very passionate about what they do. And they're very passionate about expanding the workforce in our local community. So that's just a few things I can touch upon with the American Job Center.
And at the end of all of that, we hired Sinclair. So his work of excellence, and he continues to be excellence, and he continues to do a terrific job for the American Job Center. I mean, he gets high praises continuously as an individual who is representing the American Job Centers. This is a question for all of you because you offer different perspectives on this particular question. What industry trends are you noticing with respect to training for tomorrow, in general as well as occupational? Erica, do you want to take that one first?
Sure. During this time of COVID, I mean, healthcare rises to the top, of course. Also IT, you know, those are the two things that you need constantly. And then also that rise in materials management. So how are we moving things, you know, across the country, across the state, and who's in those warehouses working. So those have been the three big ones that we've seen rise here at the college.
Thank you. How about yourself, Samantha?
Yeah, so it's very interesting right now. The talent landscape, it's very difficult to find really strong talent. I think, you know, obviously this pandemic, it's hard to think about anything else or really talk about anything else because it's all day every day for us working in healthcare. You know, I will say that when I first started in the healthcare sector about 13 years ago, it was very, very difficult to recruit for some of the higher level professional positions, physical therapy, occupational therapy, physicians. And now we've seen sort of a shift back to the entry level positions, you know, those CNA jobs, the food service, the housekeeping, the jobs that really many people out there can be qualified for and apply for. We don't see the level of interest that we need to sustain the demand for these type of roles. You know, so I think it's more certification based positions that we see high demand for. CNA jobs, you know, I can't stress enough how important of a career path that is and what the demand will be like going into the future. You know, the best advice I could give anyone who is looking to be put on a career path is to go and get your CNA certification, get into healthcare. The possibilities will be endless for you. You will always have a job. You will never be laid off out of work. There will always be something for you.
Thank you. Sinquel, what are your thoughts? What are you seeing as a job seeker? What are some of the opportunities or challenges or the trends that you're seeing?
I think some of the barriers some people are having is transitioning to this new norm of everything being virtual. I feel as though that with this transition, there are a lot of things happening where there may be some job seekers who have been in the workforce for so many years, and now that they have lost their job and they're looking for something, they don't even know how to go about that now with everything being virtual, or where to find or how to access these skills. So I think that that is a huge barrier that some people are working with. Also gaining access, just to the internet. We know everything's online, everything's via Zoom. Maybe even an interview, you may have a Zoom interview. You may be used to showing up to an establishment, and now you have to learn how to transition your interview skills from in person to virtual. So I think that's something that is personally in my field that has been a barrier challenging during this time.
And what happens, Sinquel, where your interests as a job seeker sometimes does not match the opportunity? What would you suggest you do? What you're passionate about may not match what's currently available. How do you think job seekers are navigating through that? And that question goes to Samantha, you as well as Erica. How do we coach the workforce to kind of pivot and to receive sustainable employment?
To start, I would say it's good to keep your options open and keep your mind open. Although there may not be an opportunity for you right now, you can create one. There are a lot of opportunities, ways that you can create an opportunity, whether it be volunteer or just gaining the skills or experience to add to your resume. There are certain fields where you can create a certain position to where you can add that experience to your list. So personally, that's how I would start that off.
That's an excellent response. I appreciate that. The open-mindedness, being open-minded and keeping your options available. Erica and Samantha, any comments as well? Erica?
Sure. I think also, what's the time frame? I mean, if somebody is really looking for employment quickly, that's going to sort of change what we're looking at as far as options. So when people have more time, I really like to talk about what kind of working environment, what kind of hours they like, and really sort of hone in on what their actual, what their career goal, career path is. But if you're dealing with a time restraint, that can change the landscape a little bit. So you hope to get them, close enough within their career path or goal, but sometimes it will veer, in a different direction, and sometimes that's okay. So, but time has been one of those things that's come up as a challenge, a barrier as well.
Thank you. Samantha, how about yourself?
Yeah, I agree with what you both had to say. I think it's being open-minded and being a little bit flexible, and recognizing that the job that you may be qualified for today is maybe not your dream job. But I always tell job seekers, don't underestimate the value of a transitional job. And so you may, if where you want to go is here, you may have to take the job for a few years that's here to get you there, and recognize that all of that experience is very, very valuable and will get you where you're trying to go. But timing is everything, and you have to be patient. And there is a such thing as a career path, and they call it a path for a reason, because it's not just leaving your house and getting to your destination immediately.
Thank you. Asia, I want to invite you in the conversation as well, and just kind of go back on that question. As a job seeker, what trends are you seeing, either opportunistic and or being challenges for you?
More so of PPE is definitely a big change. That would be dressing fully PPE, such as a gown and a shield, instead of just the standard PPE, usually needed for different types of precautions for many pathogens. So sometimes it could be overwhelming towards the resident or the patient to come in fully PPE because they don't want to feel like they have something, whether they do or they don't. But that's what the norm that we're getting into now. Also, I've come across a lot of applications or job things to apply for that are for temporary temperature takers, where you're just standing by the door taking people's temperature before getting into the entrance. But that's a
Well,
lot
you
has
bring up
changed.
an excellent point. You know, there were several different jobs that emerged as a result of the pandemic, namely, you know, contact tracers and, you know, temperature checkers and a number of other environmental specialists, you know, within the hospitals, ensuring that the environment was COVID standard, et cetera. So what I heard you say is invaluable offerings for a job seeker out there in terms of finding themselves in a place where potentially that ideal job is not there for them, but you're being open and being flexible in terms of timing and looking at this as a journey as opposed to your final destination and being aware of all those things. So thank you for that response. This is a question that is, you know, what's better, you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? So the question is, what's better? Do you get a college degree or do you get credentials? I mean, what's the outlook? I mean, can you do, or do you do both? Erica, what's your perspective on that?
It depends on the student. I've seen this many times where there are certain students that just aren't ready for college, and that's not what they want. They want to work. So getting in and getting a credit-free training program underneath their belt, you know, working for a couple of years so they actually kind of know what they like within the industry they're looking at. Their education becomes almost more valuable at that point because they're in the field, you know, they're working through whether it's a credit certificate, which they only have to come in, you know, for the first 30 credits, then they can part-time out that associate's degree, or they can move on to transfer into a 4-year degree. So it really depends on the student and where, you know, again, that time, those barriers to education. So you really take in all of those pieces. But I time and time again, I've seen it. It's jumping into a full 15 credits a semester is not for everybody. So, you know, finding that balance for each student is really important.
Thank you. Samantha, how about yourself? What's better for an employer or for your organization or just in general, you know, credentialing or degree?
Yeah, I think, again, sometimes people devalue the importance of just getting your foot in the door in an industry or with an organization. You know, I can speak for Masonic here. We offer tuition reimbursement. And so I encourage people, if you want to work in healthcare, if ultimately being a CNA or a housekeeper is not what you want to do, it's a good starting place and you can get some great benefits and get great experience and meet some wonderful people. And number one, really find out if this is the type of industry you truly want to be in, because there's pros and cons to every industry. But once you're here, you know, we have a really robust tuition reimbursement program, and we can help you go back to school and pursue that degree or something that might be more long-term, but you can work while you're doing it. And I hear all the time when I go out and talk to people about interviewing, you know, everybody wants experience, but how do I get experience if no one will hire me? You can get experience in the industry starting off anywhere. And we put a lot of value on that. We put a lot of value on folks who have worked their way up or who have been exposed to the industry while they're pursuing a degree. It doesn't matter what type of position you're in. We just like to see that you're working and you know that this is where you want to be and you're working towards that.
Thank you. How about yourself, Sinquel? What do you think is better? Because you have both, you know, some college at Central Connecticut State University, and you certainly have some credentials. I mean, some stackable certifications. What is your take on that question?
I think that they both can be beneficial depending on the person. They both gave very great points. If you look at the college route, there are some students that go to school, they may not have any work experience. And there are some schools that offer employment opportunities, whether that be on campus, off campus, and you get a chance to build a resume or build experience that you probably didn't have before. But also on the flip side, as she spoke of, Samantha spoke of, sorry, there are employers that are willing to send you to school. I have worked at a number of different companies, even just warehouse companies that offer opportunities for you to go to school and still be able to work and gain experience and knowledge at the same time. So as they spoke of, it depends on the person, but I do believe that both can be beneficial in the long term.
Thank you. Asia, how about yourself? I mean, what do you believe is better? Because you're on a career path to ultimately become a doctor, and you're taking a number of different avenues to get you to your ultimate goal.
I agree with everyone's different perspective. It depends, like Erica said, it depends on the person. There was a time where I went to Quinsigamond Community College in Massachusetts, Worcester, Massachusetts, and I also had a job, but it was weighing on me of which choice I needed to take of keeping the job or going to school. And to me personally, it was getting a job because I didn't want to be homeless. I needed to feed myself and buy the things necessary that I needed as a person. So again, it goes individual as what you need and where you want to go as your path.
Right. Thank you for sharing that, Asia. And what I'm hearing collectively is that it's a matter of affordability. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of, where you're at in your life and what the opportunities that exist. And so it's going to be an individualized choice for individuals. Certification certainly is shorter because it's certainly not, a 4-year or 6-year commitment. However, you can get as good at paying jobs, if not better, by taking on some of these certification opportunities. How has the COVID-19 affected the ability to train either your workforce or individuals who have been impacted and are unemployed? Samantha, how has the training been in professional development within your organization today?
Yeah, I will tell you, we recently, last year, we partnered with the town of Wallingford and a program called Hubcap and the Wallingford Board of Ed, and we adult education CNA program, and we were very excited about it. We actually had 2 of our own employees from our housekeeping department that we were paying to put through the program so they could become certified to be a nursing assistant. We were excited about this pool of people who would be coming out of this program. It was about 13 people who would be certified and who would potentially come work for us once they had that certification, and being able to advance some of our own employees. We were very excited about that. And then the pandemic hit in the spring, and that program kind of got put on hold for all intents and purposes. They had some technology limitations, and there was a component where they were coming on site both to Masonic-Care and to Gaylord Hospital in Wallingford and doing clinical rotations towards the certification. And both communities were closed to visitors and students because of the pandemic to protect the patients and residents. So that kind of put the brakes on things. I will say that I believe that group just graduated and will be certified as CNAs, so that's wonderful. It took a little longer than anybody had planned, but the end result ultimately was a positive one. But we've seen that really as a challenge. And I will say also, a format like this, a Zoom format, we used to, Masonic-Care, do a monthly, what we called corporate orientation. So it was all new hires starting throughout the state. They would come to our central location in Wallingford. It was a wonderful program. They got some education on the history of the company. There was some interactive components. All new employees got to meet the CEO and meet some of the senior leadership. We obviously cannot do that program anymore, so we've actually modified it to an electronic format very similar to this, and that's been very successful for us. So in terms of training and onboarding, we just kind of had to modify and go the electronic route because of the conditions.
Thank you. Erica, how has it affected, the learning environment within the community college space?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge has been just overall digital literacy. Many students have a phone, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can handle being on a computer or a laptop. So bringing up that technology in students and understanding has been really the biggest challenge, especially when you can't have as many students in as in a traditional setting, to sort of walk them through what it means to even reset a password. But getting used to being on a computer, getting used to being on a webcam, and participating again in things like this, there's a big learning curve that we found coming with the digital literacy and onboarding, especially for the fall. For the spring, we're actually, credit and non-credit, we're all looking at different ways to help students so we don't have the same challenges for the spring. But that's really been our biggest challenge.
How about yourself, Sinquel, in terms of, within this COVID? I know that you're currently employed, but what are some of the challenges that you see either for job seekers or and existing employees within an organization when it comes to training?
Right. Actually, during my final weeks, during my internship with the program in March, that was when everything got shut down and the program was suspended. So it definitely impacted. I didn't know, at that time, there was a lot of unknowns and confusion. We didn't know how things were going to go. And how, as Erica stated, just transferring everything virtually has been huge, very huge. And I think that is also a huge barrier.
Sinquel, you're breaking up just a little bit. You might have to repeat some of what you said.
Some of the youth in our local, some of the youth and job seekers in our community is having access to a computer, a working computer or a webcam, or having access to Wi-Fi is something that's huge, and that people is a barrier that we have been working through and trying to connect our job seekers so that we can stay engaged and make sure that they don't feel that they're losing an opportunity because of something that is out of their control. So.
Thank you. Asia, how about yourself? What are some of the...
It's the same as what Sinquel said. It was the change in learning where it's based on a webinar. But I guess the opportunity side would be I get to do more vitals. Before I didn't get to have that chance to be able to do the blood pressures, the temperatures and all that. So being able to do it more, I have more experience. So when there's something bad, I always try and take something good out of it.
Mm-hmm. Erica, in terms of, what are some of the solutions in terms of fixing the digital divide, in terms of the digital literacy? I mean, how are we responding to that as educators and as employers and as job seekers? I mean, what are some of the options out there that are available?
Yeah. I know the college for the spring semester credit side has got a program that they're going to put students through on, on digital literacy itself. This college handed out laptops in March. So again, making sure that everybody has the resources they need. So we've tried to help, narrow that divide a little bit with some of those resources. Here on the credit free side, we actually are going to do more of a hybrid training for new students coming in. So we actually want to see them. We want to have them on ground so they can actually understand what their capabilities are with an actual computer, understand what they have at home. Because once we can get through that, class actually goes a whole lot better when we've actually seen it and understand it. We'll have them bring in their own, laptops if they can, log in on the campus. So we know, again, then it would just be their internet, connection, which we wouldn't know about at home. But those are the types of things. So really taking those steps to make sure everybody understands, that this is the medium we need to be in now, and and we've all got to, be patient, flexible, and move forward with it. I think that this will benefit students in the long run for sure, because I don't think some of this stuff's going away. So I think they're going to need this as part of their lifelong learning.
Samantha, the same for you. I mean, what solutions have you offered to your employees in order to close the gap, so to speak?
Yeah, I think it's just, as Eric have said, it's just flexibility and understanding and patience, and understanding that everybody's comfort level with the technology is different, and offering options. We've worked very hard to try to offer some options to our employees. If you don't have a desktop computer or a laptop at home, is it something you can do on your phone? With a smartphone, and many times it is. And so just understanding what the limitations might be and being able to respond to those as they arise.
Sinquella and Asia, the same thing. What do you see in terms of solutions for a job seeker? I mean, how do you voice that to an employer, or how do you voice that to an educator that you're struggling with the technology without feeling that you are not capable? Sinquella?
I think it's more so like how she spoke of, making sure that you have the opportunity to gain access to certain resources. There are a lot of different ways and a lot of different avenues that you can take to gaining certain access. And I believe that, it first also comes first with just being open and being honest and letting them know that, hey, I'm having problems with Wi-Fi, or this may be a problem. I may only be able to meet by phone. And there are some employers that will definitely accommodate for your barriers. So I think that's, of course, first and foremost, just being honest and open. And of course, trying to find different ways where you can gain access to resources that will help you in the long run.
Asia, the same question. I mean, what solutions would you offer job seekers who may be struggling with, trying to find the right resources available to them to close the gap on whatever, competency deficiency that they have around technology, or gaining access to that particular resource?
Always ask. Never be afraid to ask. The worst thing that could happen is no. Search, get your search like crazy. I would say a lot of searching, because resources is always out there. It's always out there. It's very, and when you come across it, it's the best thing. So of course it would be research.
So we're coming up on the top of the hour. So I wanted some final thoughts and comments. What recommendations would you offer an individual who's training for tomorrow for a career in any industry? And as a follow-up, how does one build on stackable credentials, which aligns to a meaningful career path? So I'll start with Erica, and then give each of you an opportunity to respond to that question as well.
Sure. A lot of my recommendations when I speak one-on-one with a student, it will come back to that time constraint, if there is one, where they see themselves in 5 years. Do you see yourself behind a desk? Do you see yourself working outside? Where do you see yourself in the grand scheme of things? When they can answer some of those questions, it's easier to say, okay, well, why don't you research some of these fields, and we'll get you into a training program. Try it out, see if you like it, even if it means you've got to take the job for a couple of years to make sure that you're heading in the right direction. That's sometimes the most valuable thing that they can do. I don't ever like to steer anybody away from a goal or their dream job, because there's a way to get there. So just making sure that what they're doing here at Gateway fits where they are at the moment, and also hopefully ties into that next education goal that they have, or the next job that they want. For the most part, when looking at stackable credentials, I always find that once a student picks an area, picks healthcare or IT, the path becomes more clear. So again, and it's very easy to say, well, okay, we're in computer science, you've got this track or this track. What do you think? And have them do research on that. So it's knowing what you want. You know, when they have that that understanding, you know, it helps us, you know, do our job a little bit easier, because then those career paths fall into place.
Thank you. Samantha, how about yourself? Final thoughts, recommendations on career path?
Yeah, I think good advice for any job seekers or anyone looking to start on a career path. Do your research and know what kind of jobs, what certification or what degree is going to qualify you for. So often I interview people and they say, well, I have this master's degree, or I have this, and they believe that alone qualifies them for a job. And oftentimes it's some kind of credential much less and much less time consuming that would have also qualified them for that same job. So try to understand, you know, what direction you're going and what you need to get from A to B, and don't just assume. Because there are, especially in healthcare, there's a lot of certifications out there that, you know, are specific to hospitals or are specific to different care settings and may not be relevant where you think it will be relevant.
Thank you. Asia?
I'm someone who definitely came from another state. I started off with no job, and going to American Job Center changed my life for definitely, of course, for the better. My job seeker consultant was there with me through every step of the way and was able to let me gain focus on what I wanted as my path and helped me get there. And even when the job wasn't the job that I wanted, I knew that there was transferable skills to come out of it that I can put on my resume to make myself stand out. Secure jobs is also a big part of it. They help me with the reimbursement part, with my LinkedIn page, which seems something so small, but it's not. It's a big social media platform for jobs. I can't express enough how a career path is the biggest thing, and it's the most important thing in life, and that American Job Center can help you with it throughout the whole thing. I've had pain and turmoil throughout the whole thing, but I could say today I've gotten to where I needed to be.
And Asha, you can certainly shout out those individuals at the American Job Center.
I want to. I was holding it in. I was holding it. Erin Canada, and of course Helen Sneed.
Say that again.
Helen Sneed and Erin Canada. And Barbara.
Thank you. And I know
Barbara Green.
I know that Barbara Green, right? Sinclair, the same for you. What recommendations do you give an individual?
I think a huge topic which was talked about is like how they said, knowing what you want and making sure it's something that you're passionate about. I think that you know, a little bit of planning definitely goes a long way. So make a plan, and if there's a barrier like how you spoke of earlier, maybe the job that you're looking for, there's no open positions at that time or no open availability. So find ways of which you can pivot. How can I access this job? Who can help me get to this job? Are there local resources that can help me? Are there local programs? And, you know, a little bit of work, but that will go a long way, and you'll end up with a job that not only you're passionate about, but something that will, you know, that you love to do, and, you know, keep you going every single day.
Exactly.
Thank you. And Sinclair, I know that you want to give a shout out to a couple of people as well. So here's your opportunity at the American Job Center.
Absolutely. I'd love to give a huge shout out to, you know, of course, everybody at the Project CEO program, to Kalaya Spears, to Ann Harrison, definitely someone else who I work closely with on my journey to where I am today. So thanks to everyone. I don't want to leave anybody out. So thank you.
Okay. There's a couple of questions in the chat. I don't know whether or not we responded. I'm just going to take one of those before I turn it back over to Garrett Sheehan. It says, what are the top 3 skills needed in the near future where training is currently available? Erica, maybe you might, I think you mentioned it at the top of our hour?
Yep. I actually, I mean, there are trainings certainly that you can do, but the skill sets go back to that understanding how to be a part of a team, being flexible, being patient during this time, interviewing skills. So it's a lot of some of the real basic things to help you get a job. Helps you throughout your education as well. So yes, there's training everywhere, but some of those core skills are those things that we all are looking for, you know, all the time. You know, it's and I hear it from employers across the board, you know, this is what I need, you know, somebody who's really willing to come in, be a team player, be flexible, and you know, learn as they go.
Flexibility and customer
lastly,
service.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, just I
Sam?
agree with Erica. Flexibility and customer service. I hear that from managers all the time. Find me someone who has good customer service skills.
Customer service has been a really big thing noticeably in the healthcare field.
Yeah, thank you. And how does one get the basics in terms of Microsoft Office? I think you all can answer that. There's so much available out there. Sinquel, do you want to give your offering in terms of how someone could get familiar with Microsoft Office?
Oh, absolutely. There are many resources. At American Job Center, we have a few resources where you can use some of our online workshops to gain some of the skills. We actually also host some digital literacy courses where you can gain these skills. But if you do not have access to some of those resources, there are stuff you can access on your phone and at home, whether it be LinkedIn Learning, YouTube. There are different ways where you can, I believe that everything now is, as I said earlier, going into virtual. So there are a lot of ways where you can go just online and learn all these different skills that you would need to create, you know, a virtual experience similar to what someone would have in person. So that's something I think.
Thank you. Garrett, do I turn it over to you now or Tamika?
I am here, Wanda, and thank you so much. Thank you to everyone on the panel. This is great information, especially right now. I know we've got so many people who are out there looking for job opportunities. Definitely turn to Workforce Alliance and all the other partners that Wanda was just speaking about. If you have trouble getting in touch, just don't have the contact information, you can reach out to the chamber and we'll make sure that you get you in touch with Wanda and the rest of the team. So Wanda, and everyone on the panel, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity, Garrett. Very much appreciate it.
Great. Well, we are continuing on with the Big Connect, and we have one more speaker coming up before we end today. So please stay with us, Pamela Shand. I should mention too, actually, our panel, I believe Wanda is going to head into the Zoom room. So if anyone wants to continue on with them, Southern Connecticut Gas and UI, the energy efficiency programs, are the sponsors of our Zoom lounge. So we will put that link up there. And I believe Wanda and some of the panel will be in the Zoom lounge for a little while to discuss further any questions people have about opportunities. Again, the Zoom lounge is the place where you can go for networking and to connect with our speakers after they finish up. And so that's in the chat right now. The link there to the Zoom lounge. Last chances to get in on that Foxwoods Resort Casino package as well. Go visit the exhibitors. A great list of exhibitors that we have. You can find them right there on the Whova web platform, or if you're watching on your mobile device, they're there as well. You need to go in, visit a visitor, do a few things, and that will enter you in for a prize. So you need to claim a deal or offer, post a comment, and like a booth. Then every time you do that, so you can do that at every exhibitor we have, that will then enter you in to the prize running, which we will randomly draw in about an hour or so. And that will be our winner of the room giveaway, dinner, and free passes at Monza Race Karting, all at Foxwoods Resort Casino. Thank you to them for providing this great prize once again. All right, well, we do have a few of our sponsors. We again want to thank Comcast Business. Here's a few words from our other sponsors as well, and then we'll get you to our last session in just a couple of moments. And that's coming up in just a moment. Here we go.
Protect the environment and help your local economy by using certified and environmentally validated biodiesel from American Green Fuels. Biodiesel is a renewable energy source made from recycled waste products, such as used cooking oil, which is converted into biodiesel at American Green Fuels and then blended into your heating oil. Biodiesel burns cleaner even in your current oil burner, so ask your oil retailer for biodiesel produced by American Green Fuels. You are what you heat.
At AMS Practice Management, we are recruiters committed to your success. We're not just a vendor, we're your partner. Your team is foundational to your success, and we understand that finding the right candidate is about more than keywords on a resume, which is why we go beyond job boards and algorithms. It's about cultural fit, personality, experience, and so much more. You need someone who understands the vision. We're committed to providing you excellent customer service through clear communication and value-added information throughout the whole recruiting process. What challenging position can we help you fill?
So you're a small business, or a big one. You were thriving. But then, time to think, plan, pivot. How do you bounce back? You don't. You bounce forward with serious and reliable internet, powered by the largest gig speed network in America. But is it secure? Sure, it's secure. And even if the power goes down, your connection doesn't.
So how do I do this?
You don't do this. We do this together. Bounce forward with Comcast Business.
Great. And thank you again to all of our sponsors who have allowed us to put on this big connect for you. But we're not done yet. We have a couple things more left to go. We are going to introduce Pamela Shand in just a moment. I also want to let everyone know that at 1 o'clock, we are going to do the end of Expo happy hour networking opportunity that will be in the Zoom lounge. So please, when this is over, go over to the Zoom lounge. It should be at approximately 1 o'clock when we wrap up with Pamela, and then we'll be there in the Zoom lounge for some networking. The Big Connect is exactly what it says. It's all about connecting people together, connecting business. And so even if we have to do that virtually, we're glad that we can provide that opportunity. I now want to introduce Pamela Shand. How to get hired is what she's talking about. And again, we know that a lot of people have lost their jobs. There's probably more job shedding that's going to go on before we make it to the end of this pandemic. But it's an opportunity to retool, reskill, and reposition yourself for the positions that are open. And there are going to be new jobs out there as well. So I think there's hope, but maybe there's some things that you can take advantage of that you're hearing today that will help you out in that job market. So now, without further ado, let me introduce Pamela Shand of Offer Stage Consulting.
Thank you so much, Garrett. I appreciate the warm introduction and the warm welcome. Hello, everyone. I know that the presentation has been up and some have seen it in advance, but what I'm going to do to make sure that we're all starting off on the same page, I'm going to just share my screen and allow us all to go through the presentation together in the time that we have. And if there are any questions, please feel free to jump in with those. So as Garrett mentioned, we're going to talk today about, just going to go through this, how to get hired. And the purpose of this particular workshop is really to share real solutions, tools that will help you to truly succeed in your job search. One of the biggest hurdles is absolutely the resume. So we're going to focus heavily on how to craft a resume that's really going to get you beyond a lot of those initial barriers, right? One of those barriers being the applicant tracking system. So you want your resume to speak to not only that system, but also the human being, the recruiter, or the hiring manager who's going to read it after it gets beyond there. And you want to make sure that you're catering to both audiences, because that's how you're going to be successful and get to the interview so you can get hired. Okay. So as Garrett mentioned, yes, my name is Pamela Shand. I'm the founder of Offer Stage Consulting. And I come from the world of recruitment, the world of HR recruitment, and it's always been my job to identify the right talent for, the roles that my company had open at the time. And so after years of really helping candidates understand what their resumes need to look like, what these companies and the hiring managers are really looking for, I decided to go out on my own and start to help people even outside of, whatever company I was with resumes and LinkedIn profiles, career coaching, and providing whatever other resources that one may need. So one thing that we're going to talk about is what's happening right now. And a couple of these things we talked about earlier, right? So increased unemployment, more is expected, increased job loss is expected. We're seeing a lot of people who now more than ever are applying to a lot of jobs, a lot of hundreds of jobs for a lot of people, and they're not getting the response that maybe they would have gotten once upon a time, perhaps pre-COVID, right? We're seeing jobs that are being placed on hold, meaning that the job was once opened and maybe that organization is now seeing that we don't have the resources to continue and actually bringing this person on board. And so that job is placed on hold, which can be really disappointing, especially if you've already started to interview, right? Another thing that we're seeing are start dates getting pushed out. So you are really successful in your interview, you receive an offer, but you're told you can't start for a few months, early 2021. And now you're thinking, well, what do I do in that time? There's frustration with trying to align your skills to the job, understanding what do employers need right now? How do I even understand what this job ad or job description is saying to me? You're looking through all the different parts of the job description and trying to figure out how do I show them on paper that I'm the person they need to meet with. And what ends up happening at the end of all of this is, and this is natural, that as a candidate, as a job seeker, you start to question yourself as opposed to questioning the hiring process. The initial reaction a lot of times is, well, what am I doing wrong? What's wrong with me? Am I, are my skill sets not no longer desirable? As opposed to saying, well, the hiring process may be broken. How can I navigate through that in a better way? So we're going to talk about that. And here's some of the things that we're going to talk about to specifically address that feeling of applying and not getting anywhere. People say the black hole. My resume goes into a black hole. It doesn't get me anywhere. And appealing to what employers need. First thing we're going to look at is research. And I intentionally included this because a lot of times there's advice that tells job seekers what they should be doing, but there's not a lot to help you to understand how to do it. And so it can feel as though you're being talked at as opposed to being talked to. So you're being told to research, but what does that mean? How do you research a job? How do you even know where to look, what to look for? What information should you be holding on to, and what can you not hold on to so much? There are a lot of free tools, online tools. You don't have to download anything. Free tools that you can access right now that can help you to do much better in your job search and help you with your research. And we're going to talk about how to use that intel to your benefit. It's not enough to just have the information. For you to be successful, you have to understand how to use it. So we're going to talk about that as well. How to target the job. This is another popular term. Targeting the job. What does that mean? Identifying important, keywords. That's always, right now with applicant tracking systems being so popular with companies of all sizes, the ability to understand and identify what these key terms are is going to be great in helping you get beyond that barrier, that applicant tracking system, AI, that barrier, and getting to an actual person who you can then market your skills to. You want to learn how to market not just your technical skills, but also your soft skills, your personality traits, your innate abilities that will show that you are a culture fit and not just a skills fit. Because for a lot of companies, the skills fit, it's easy for them to find a lot of educated, experienced, and talented people. But the culture fit is where things get really tricky for employers. And so that's where they put a lot of their attention. So you want to be able to show that you have those soft skills, those transferable skills too. There are certain skills that transfer from one industry to another. So, for example, if you worked in hospitality and your industry is suffering, well, you can take a lot of those skills and use them in an industry like retail. Right? A lot of retail chains are hiring right now. So you can take those skills and they can transfer over. We want to talk about meaningful versus measurable. Realistically, while you want to be able to show measurable results, and that's always the first priority because that is something that communicates value to the reader, there are some things that may not be measurable. And so you want to still show value. So if you're unable to show something that's measurable, you want it to at least be meaningful, at least show that you had a positive impact on the organization. And then last but not least, we are going to address how to go beyond the application. You don't want to just stop at submitting an application and then sort of walking away and not being able to network or follow up. Use your network, use LinkedIn. We're going to talk about that. And also being able to build your confidence when it comes to the interview and also in negotiations. You know, your ability to manage each of these steps in a confident manner is going to get you much further. And so being prepared, knowing how to apply these steps is definitely going to help to boost your confidence. So that way you feel like, well, I know what I'm doing. I know that I really just have to work this imperfect process and it's not me. I just have to work the process and I have to just keep going and not give up. Okay. So this is really, really important piece. Research before you apply. And I stress before because what you don't want to do is just be so jazzed about seeing an opportunity that you go ahead and apply and you have not done your research beforehand. And a lot of you probably experienced this. I know myself being, someone who's searched for jobs, I know what this can feel like when you are going through a pretty lengthy application process. And some applications can take 20 to 30 minutes. Some take even longer if they have very, very long assessments attached to them. Some may ask you to upload your resume and maybe a cover letter. And then on top of that, you are also manually entering information. And then you've got pre-qualifying questions and other things. So one single application can take a considerable amount of time. And so before you invest so much of your time into an application, even if it looks great on the surface, take a few minutes and research the opportunity. Gather the information necessary you need to create your application strategy, right? Use the information that you find to fine tune your resume and your cover letter so it caters to the opportunity, especially if you're coming from outside of that industry, which a lot of people during COVID are doing. And you also want to research because you want to make sure that you're applying to jobs that are truly going to be a fit for you. Remember, a lot of times, rejection, it feels as if you are personally being rejected, but in actuality, that probably may not have been the right move for you. So you want to make sure that you are applying to jobs that are truly going to be a fit, not just in terms of compensation or there seems to be a match of years of experience or kind of experience, but what about their culture? What if you're doing your research and you find that that company, I don't know, routinely gives to a cause that doesn't sit right with you, or that company has, some things in the news that just kind of rub you the wrong way, or there are parts of their culture that you find out that just don't, align with your values. So there's a lot to consider before you even submit an application. We're going to talk about that. I want to look at three buckets of research. So the first is what I'll call general information. These are things that you can easily find. These are categories of research that most of us do naturally. When you're looking at a job, it's natural that your eyes immediately go to the job description and you're looking at the job requirements. As a recruiter, one of the things that we will talk about is how do we create a job description or a job ad that motivates the candidate to read the entire thing? How do we make the language attractive? Because we knew that a lot of candidates were really just reading, immediately going down to the requirements. And they would say, well, this job wants 10 years of experience, check. This job requires me to have a master's degree, check. This job requires me to be in a certain, the job is based in a certain town. Will I live 15 minutes away? Great commute, check. And oh, by the way, this job pays, I don't know, six figures. I make six figures. I'm comfortable making six figures. Check. Benefits, seem to be okay. They seem to offer health benefits, retirement. Okay. They offer PTO. Okay. They've got some good perks. Oh, I know this brand. I've heard about them in the news. Okay, great. Check, check, check. And they submit an application. But there's more to it than these things, right? And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what else you can look for that will help you to, number one, decide whether or not this is a job you want to apply to. And number two, if it is, get some information that's going to help you to beef up your resume and your cover letter. So when you're applying to this particular role, you know it's going to be a stronger fit had you not done this research than had you not done the research. Culture. This is really, really important, and we talked about it a second ago. Culture is everything. Culture is so important to organizations because culture, believe it or not, culture is what helps you to be happy at work. Culture is what leads to retention. A lot of folks really staying with a company and growing with a company because they just don't want to leave the organization. They're just really, really tied to how they feel coming to work every day, even virtually, logging into work, being with their team. Culture is values. It's being tied to a company's mission and their vision. It's even feeling a connection to the community involvement that a company might do. So for example, if you are really passionate about, I don't know, let's say working with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I'm going to use that because I worked with them in the past. If you are, researching a company and you see that, oh, they regularly donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation and they've been a part of certain projects with Make-A-Wish in the past. I like that. Something like that might tie you to a company. It's more than just they're paying you a great salary because truthfully, you can always find a larger salary somewhere else. You can always find a company that has a better commute, a more convenient commute. You can always find a higher job position, a job that has requirements that are more appealing. But culture is harder to come by. And so this is something that employers really put a lot of time into, hiring for culture fit. And you'll hear a lot of hiring managers, a lot of people who are hiring say, this candidate was really good, they were really smart, but I just don't see them being a culture fit. I just don't see them being a fit for the organization. And when that happens, as a recruiter, we know once we hear that they're not a culture fit, that's one of those things that it's really hard to negotiate on. You can negotiate on years of experience. If the job requires 7 and they've got 5, we can negotiate on that. When it comes to a culture fit, that has to be a match. So look for a company that's going to be a culture fit. Look at their social media. Look at their website. Look at their LinkedIn company page if they have one. They should have one. Most companies nowadays do. And look at their core values. Look at their company mission. Look at the vision. Is there anything that stands out to you? Take a look at the community involvement that they do. Maybe you're really passionate about volunteering, and a company that gives back, that might be really attractive to you. So go beyond the general info and look to culture, because that makes a huge difference in whether or not someone is hired for a job, or a hiring manager says, "Oh, they were really smart, they have a great education, great background, but just not a fit," right? So culture is another huge one to think about. And then this one is really interesting. Insider information, best way to describe this kind of info that you get from these resources. And I have them here. Glassdoor, Indeed, LinkedIn, all of these provide what I'll call insider information. They allow you to kind of go beyond the veil a little bit and understand what's really happening within these organizations, or what's really happening in the interview process too. You can go on Glassdoor, you can go on Indeed, and you can research and find out, how many rounds do people typically go through? What kind of questions are they asking? Are the questions behavioral based, situation based? Um, and you can find out, what are their employer ratings? Out of 5 stars, are they like a 4.9, or are they like a 2.3? And then you're seeing really low scores on things like, I don't know, culture, or the way that they're, treating their employees. And you kind of get some insight into what it's really like, kind of a day in the life, what it's really like to work for that organization. So, for example, you might come across a job ad. Let's kind of pull in all three here. You may come across a job ad where the requirements seem to be on target. Salary looks good. If we were still commuting, a lot of us to offices, the commute would be desirable, and all of these wonderful things. The culture, based on what they're putting out there to the public, seems to be spot on as well. But then you go into like an Indeed, and they've got a 2-star rating, and you're finding out that a lot of the employees, especially in the office that you may be working in, or in the location that you're targeting, are really unhappy, and you're seeing a lot of common threads. So that gives you some insight into, what your experience could be like, and whether or not it really is going to make sense for you to really apply to that job. Are you really going to be happy long term, or are you going to take the job today and then in 6 months, be kind of right back out into the job market, right? And with all the work that it takes, especially now, to get hired, you want to make sure that you're doing it right. Okay. And if you guys have any questions as I'm going through, please feel free. Now we're going to talk about how to put your research to good use. Okay. You've done the research, you looked at general information, you've looked at the culture, you've looked at that insider information, those employer ratings. Now, what do you do with that information? What good is it if you don't know how to use it, right? Keywords. Keywords are important still. As long as we are using systems like applicant tracking systems, and there are so many of them, and they're now being used by companies of all sizes. There was once a time when, there's some companies who didn't really use them, but now they're being used by companies that are large, mid-sized, small, because it literally just creates a more efficient process for the employer. But for the job seeker, it can feel like it creates another hoop to jump through, because now you have to make sure that you have these keywords, these key terms. So that way, the applicant tracking system will scan your resume and your cover letter, see the words that specifically speak to the job that came from the job description, usually, and then decide that you are someone that the recruiter or the hiring manager needs to talk to. And I provided a free resource here, JobScan. It's a popular resource. It's one that a lot of not only recruiters, but also resume writers, career coaches, a lot of them use this tool because it's user friendly, it's super easy. And if you are a job seeker and there's a job that you're interested in and you're just not really sure how strong your current resume is against that job, or you need to identify some strong keywords that you can use, go to JobScan's website and you can just kind of copy and paste the job description and your resume and see how you stack up, and also get an understanding of what words you need to possibly have in your resume or job description. And I have a note here. When you're looking at the keywords, it's not just enough to have like a list of go-to keywords, but take note of how they are phrased or spelled. There are some words where there's more than one correct way to note them. And so take note as to how that employer has it in the job description, because that's what this robot, this applicant tracking system, is going to be looking out for. Okay. Now, after you've gotten your list of skills, ask yourself, number one, do I have these skills? That's a yes or no, right? You go through certain jobs and you think, well, I have these skills, but I don't have those. But I've got most of the skills. I'm going to go ahead and apply, and that's fine. But that's a yes or no question. Do you have these skills or not? Do you have reporting experience or not? Or don't you? Do you have Excel experience or don't you? Next is, how have I used them? Here's where you kind of start to go into the details. It's not enough to just have on your resume, oh, I have this experience, but add some detail. How did you use that experience? And then what was the positive result? Here's where we get into what we talked about a second ago about measurable results or meaningful results. What was the positive result of me using that skill? How did I add value? So do I have these skills? How have I used them? How did I add value by using them? And once you start to answer these three questions with all of these skills that you've gotten, here's where you start to craft. We're going to talk about this in a future slide. Here's where you start to craft those individual bullet points that go under your job experience. And this is how you start to really build out the content of your resume. And that's the most important part of your resume, because that's what gets scanned by an applicant tracking system. That's what's being evaluated by a recruiter or a hiring manager. While yes, there's a lot of visually appealing resumes out there, a lot of visually appealing templates that are out there. Remember, the most important thing is your content, because that is how you are communicating your value. Okay, and then we're going to use our answers to create our targeted resume. This is how you target the job you're after. This is how you get it done. So I gave you guys an example, Jane Doe. I want to put everything that we just talked about in terms of research and keywords and asking those three questions, put that into some real practice so you understand how to apply this to even your resume, right? So we're going to review a real job description. We're going to pull out some keywords, go through those three questions, create the bullet points. Okay, here you'll see a pretty bad looking resume. Not enough detail. The format is just, it's not a good format. You'll see an objective statement, which I always, say don't use, because they don't do you any justice. They pigeonhole you. They don't add value to your resume. Jane even has references available upon request, which we don't use because obviously you're an experienced professional. Of course you have references, right? So let's just meet Jane. She's an ambitious finance manager ready for her next step. Good. So, and when you see this, pay attention to everything that we're saying here. It's not just that she's a finance manager, she's ambitious. So she may not even be targeting a manager level role because she's looking for the next step up. She's got 2 degrees, so very well educated. She has experience with reporting, as most finance professionals do. She's detailed. She's highly organized. Okay, she's tech savvy. She is balancing work and family. So think about that. Someone who's balancing work and family, when they're doing their research, they're probably going to look for a company that might even have pictures of, bring your child to work day, or the company might talk about having a good amount of PTO. They might talk about work flexibility. These are things that would appeal to someone like Jane. Okay. Jane describes herself as one of the older millennials. This is something that I've heard quite a bit when networking. I've even described myself this way, one of the older millennials. We kind of came into the job market as this term was just becoming popular. So it's interesting, and our values tend to be part, expected millennial values, where you don't feel appreciated in a company, you're more open to kind of looking outside. We may not stay with one organization for 20 years like our parents did, but at the same time, we have some of those other values where if we are really happy with an organization, we're willing to, stay. Targeting a six-figure role, that's really important, and likes to work in a team environment. So someone like Jane, she probably would love to come into an office, but she's also that person that, because she enjoys a team environment, even if, we're in the midst of COVID and she's on a WebEx, she's going to be that one that always has her video on, always, just ready to engage, in any way that she can, because this is just her personality. Okay, so if you look here, you're getting a sense of who she is, not just what she's done, but who she is as a person. And it's important that we acknowledge all of these things. And when you're, in your job hunt, acknowledge all of who you are as well. Don't just think about, a match in terms of education or experience, but think about what's important to you as a person. Think about your values, and put all of that into play when you're looking for your next opportunity. Okay. Now, here's a job that is perfect for her. It's a director level role. Remember, she wants her next step. And this is a role that grabs some of the keywords, and you'll see we're looking at, someone with either finance, accounting, e-commerce experience, specific types of reporting. So dashboards, SKU reports, sales revenue reports, cash flow. Again, remember, we talked about with keywords, it's not just enough to pull the keyword out of the job description. It's also about looking at how it's spelled. Here, cash flow has a hyphen in between cash and flow. And so that's how some applicant tracking systems may read it. And there are some that if you just have cash flow without the hyphen, it sounds silly, I know, but believe you me, this is important. It might scan your resume and say, well, this person is missing cash flow. So take notice that how it's spelled. Again, the process is not perfect, but this is about you understanding how to navigate an imperfect process perfectly. Okay. They're looking for accounts payable experience, global macro events experience, Microsoft Excel, and then going down, we're getting into soft skills, right? Innate abilities. Remember, it's not just about technical fit, but also culture fit. So in addition to all of the finance and reporting experience, they're looking for someone who's highly organized, right? Jane is organized. Good, strong communication skills, someone who thrives in fast-paced environments, and someone who even has a level of supervisory experience. Now, in some job descriptions, this may show up as team leadership, staff management, people leadership. Here it's supervisory experience. So if you're seeing that, if you're going through a job description and you're seeing that you've got a term or a word that is a synonym of something you already have in your resume, just exchange one term for another, right? It doesn't take away the value, doesn't take away anything from you. It's just making sure that you're able to speak this company's language. That's it. Okay. Now, let's kind of follow the three steps, right? First, does Jane have these skills? Yes, she has finance, accounting, e-commerce experience. She has reporting experience. She's a match on education. She has experience managing people. She's detailed, highly organized, she's analytical. She thrives in fast-paced environments. So this is the yes or no question. Do I have these skills? Does she have these skills? The answer is yes. She's got a lot of those skills. Okay, so this is great. And this is actually the hardest question to answer, believe it or not. It's, do I have these skills? Because once you have the skills, then it's just, well, how have I used them? Right? And we're not looking for any measurements just yet. It's literally just, well, what did you do? So If you have, let's see, if you have experience with reporting, how did she use them? Well, Jane created dashboards. She created SKU reports, cash flow reports, cost revenue reports. Those are exactly the kind of reports that this company wants. So she is looking like she's shaping up to be, this stellar candidate for this role. She's managed a team of 5 people who happen to fit into the facility, HR, and research functions. She supported sales strategies that drove e-commerce growth year over year. This is how she's applied these skills. This is how she's used them. She demonstrated her ability to be detailed, which identified mistakes in their business cycle, and she fixed them. That's it. And there are a lot of people who would use some of these bullet points in their resume. And this is great because you have detail, but we're going to take it a step further and add some measurable results where we can, because again, that is what communicates your value. So having the skills match, having these key terms and keywords show up is what gets you past the applicant tracking system. But once you have a human being reading your resume, they're going to want to see certain terms, and they're going to want to see measurable results. And here's where we do that. Here we have positive results. Here's where we complete the story. We show how we used each skill and the results. This is where we complete the thought. Yes, we have the skills. Here's how we use them. Here was the positive result. And we're going to talk about interviewing in a bit, but this is actually going to come up again in the interview step. Because if you think about some of the popular ways of structuring an interview response or a response to an interview question, this is what you do. You're talking about what the situation was like, the action you took, and the result. So having this together will help you even in the interview. Okay, so as a reminder, we see Jane's old resume, right? Not a lot of detail, antiquated format with the objective statement and the references available upon request. Not much to look at, not much that would get a reader's attention. So we fixed it. Okay. What we did, you'll see that we added measurable results and we added them in a way that grabbed someone's attention. Hard to miss that. We also made her core competencies stand out. These were some of the items that, based on the job description, these are some of those keywords that jumped out and that were really important. These are some of those terms that we know an applicant tracking system is going to scan for. So thinking strategically, we have them right here, front and center, where you can't miss them. Okay. And we have her technical skills showing up, and we've made sure that her LinkedIn profile is hyperlinked so you can easily see it. And we made sure that it's a really clean and crisp and easy to read format. Okay. And she even has a title there, finance director. So someone knows, hey, she may have been a manager before, but she's ready for a director role, and this is what she's targeting. Okay. So let's kind of put it all together. Prior to even submitting an application, do your research. Tackle those 3 key areas. Make sure that this is what you need. Get the information you need. And by doing your research effectively, you tackle not just, you don't just get a good application strategy, but you also are able to prepare yourself for negotiation. Because, and I'm going to share with you some free tools at the end, you also now have a good idea as to whether or not that company pays its people fairly. You know, how do they rate with compensation and benefits? That's a rating on Indeed and Glassdoor. You can look at that. So be prepared for that step as well. Use the free resources that are at your disposal. JobScan is just one of them. It's just one. But there are others, and they're free, and there's nothing that you have to download. You can just go online and upload your resume and get a quick report and kind of get yourself ahead of the crowd there. Identify those keywords or key terms that are going to be used. Take special note as to how they're spelled, how they're given to you. Ask yourself those 3 key questions. Do I have these skills? How have I used them? What was the result? Use your answers to create your resume, your cover letter, and make sure that they speak to you when they're targeting the job. Next thing we're going to do, want to go beyond the application. Once you've done all of this, and this is, I call this the heavy lifting part of it, now you're going to go beyond the application. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is, I mean, it's over 600, I think, million users, 200 countries. I mean, and the numbers are just growing, especially now during COVID, where people don't have the luxury of, seeing one another face to face. And so use LinkedIn to your benefit. If you don't have a profile, I strongly recommend that you get a profile, complete it. And LinkedIn also has a wonderful way of letting you know whether or not you've got what they call all-star status, which means that your profile is complete. You've gone through all the sections. Make sure that you add your skills, you add a summary, a headline, a professional photo, complete your profile, because your LinkedIn profile is searchable, not just through LinkedIn. It is searchable through Google. Someone can look you up on Google and find your LinkedIn profile and find, the skills that you have. I know a lot of recruiters, recruiters who are looking for highly specialized roles. They use Google as a search engine for talent. And if you have a LinkedIn profile, you will show up. So just by creating a profile, you haven't even done anything else. Just by having a completed profile, you immediately become searchable. Having those open to work features showing up on your profile, immediately you become searchable by recruiters who are looking for talent. Okay, people are still looking for talent. And so you want to make sure that you have everything filled out, all of your experience, all of that, because it's something that we can search for. Now, when you're looking at jobs in particular, you can use LinkedIn to connect with hiring managers and recruiters. And I would recommend connecting with recruiters from both sides of the process. Connect with corporate recruiters and also connect with agency recruiters or headhunters, because that way you'll have access to a lot more opportunity. LinkedIn allows you to start to establish a relationship with the hiring manager. So if you apply to a job, and sometimes you might be able to see, if you scroll down in that very same job ad, you can see either the profile of the poster of the job, which would either be the hiring manager or the recruiter or someone on their HR team, who could help you get your foot in the door. You would either see someone who's in your network. If you're on LinkedIn already, you might see someone who's in your network who works for that company. You can ask for an introduction. You might see someone who maybe even went to your alma mater who's there. So you have a lot of opportunity there to connect with someone directly and say, hey, I'm really interested in this director level role. I submitted an application, but I also want to just reach out to you and express my interest. And that's a great way for you to get maybe even an informational interview. There are some companies that, even if they're not actively hiring, they're still doing what's called pipeline building, meaning that they're still building relationships with candidates, even if they don't have a job open, because once 2021 hits, they're preparing for, headcount, they're preparing to add new jobs, and they want to get ahead of the curve as much as possible. So if they already know someone, who they've met, who they've already spoken to, who's great, they're going to think of you when that job opens. So use LinkedIn to kind of go beyond just submitting an application and actually start to build relationships, connect with decision makers, and be someone who's top of mind. Okay. There are some people who use LinkedIn even, and they haven't applied. And then the application becomes more of a formality. And you can kind of relieve a lot of that pressure because you already showed them that, hey, I'm a good culture fit. Okay. And here I have two screenshots that kind of will help you with connecting. There are some profiles, well, most of them you'll see that blue connect button. And if you don't see the blue connect button, you can click on the more options and you'll see a way to connect with the individual there. I would absolutely recommend sending personalized, LinkedIn connection requests. Do that as much as you possibly can, making sure that they're not taking you as maybe just a spam request, but that you're someone who's serious and you're somebody they need to really connect with and pay attention to. Okay. Here we're going to talk about interviewing and negotiations. So once you've gotten past the application, you've probably networked your way in as well. You've gotten your foot in the door, you have an interview on the calendar. First thing I want you to remember is that by the time you get invited to do an interview, they already think you can do the job. Hard parts, for the most part, hard parts over. So I share this with clients all the time. Whenever I have an interview coaching client, or even a resume or career coaching client, when we get to the interview discussion, first thing I always say is, listen, by the time you get an interview, we already think you can do the job. If we did not think you could do the job, we would not be interviewing you. Right? The interview is our opportunity to maybe get some additional detail and really just evaluate for culture fit and for your thinking style. We want to hear how you kind of work through challenges and how you think about things, and see if there's some alignment there. And we'll see if there's a cultural fit. We already think you can do the job. We've seen your resume. We know you have the years of experience and the education, and we see what company you've worked with in the past. We've seen all of that. We already think you can do the job. We have high hopes for you. We want you to do well. Okay. So knowing this, I think, takes away some of that pressure. It's not about proving to us that you can do the job. We already believe you can. It's about showing us who you are and hoping that we have that match. Okay. The keywords show up in the interview. A second ago, I told you that those 3 key questions are going to help you in the interview. They are. Those keywords, they help to shape a lot of the questions that are asked and are part of the employer's interview strategy. So they do show up. So make sure that you're using that 3-step process to even build out your interview strategy as to what situation and what examples you're going to give the interviewer, what kind of action you're going to explain in terms of the tactical piece, but also your thought leadership, and then of course the positive result. Be ready to communicate that. This is really important. The interview works both ways. Just as they're interviewing you, you are also interviewing them. Because remember, and I've said this from the very beginning, you have to make sure that that opportunity is right for you. So make sure that you have your interview questions ready for the employer. Ask them about, how they would describe the culture. What's their experience been like? How is success measured in this role? Because you want to understand what the scale looks like, and how where are you expected to add value, and how quickly, right? Interview works both ways. So be ready to kind of evaluate and interview them as well, and pay close attention to even how you're treated in the interview process. Because if you are, as employers, we do this too. If you are seeing any red flags, maybe you are not spoken to in a respectful manner, maybe you're not treated in a respectful manner, well, that gives you insight into what working there might be like. It gives you another level of insider information, right? So pay attention to those verbal and nonverbal cues. Be prepared. Have your questions ready. One thing I have had clients do, if they're going to interview at a physical location, pre-COVID, of course, and they've never been to that town before, have no idea how to get there. If it's a town that, according to, I don't know, your Google app is supposed to be nearby, maybe take a minute, drive there ahead of time and drive back. Get a feel for the commute, see if it really is going to work. Leave early if you have to. If it's a video, WebEx style, VidCruiter style interview, log on ahead of time. Double check the system requirements, your lighting. Be prepared. Make sure that you're ready for this. Keep your answers concise. One thing that's really important is to understand that interviews have a time limit. You may be scheduled for a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. You want to make sure that you're making the best use of that time. And as you're going through those steps to answer an interview question, you want to keep that in mind. make sure that you're giving the employer what they need in terms of information, but without being so overcome with nerves that now you're beginning to ramble and your answers are no longer concise, and then you've lost them, and you don't want to do that. This is really good. Pause before responding. Sometimes in a conversation, and that's what an interview is. It's a balanced, professional, two-sided dialogue. It's a conversation. Sometimes in a conversation, a person may be taking a breath. It may appear as if they finished their thought, and maybe they haven't. And in an interview, especially because interviews come with a measure of nerves, there's an excitement, nervous energy. And you may be so excited that you hear a pause and you kind of jump in. And if they were not finished, it can give the impression that maybe you cut them off a little bit, which can be a huge turnoff for employers. And sometimes it can also give the impression that the answer is not as thoughtful as it could be. So when you are in that conversation, be really conscious of this. Give them a moment, just kind of take a breath before responding. What it allows is it gives them a moment to kind of complete their thought if they hadn't done so already, and also gives you a moment to breathe. And in that breath, you settle your nerves a little bit. And also gives the impression that you are answering their question from a calm, cool, collected, confident place, as opposed to a nervous and rushed place. And you accomplish all of these things simply by pausing before responding. Okay. Some of those little tricks that makes a world of difference. So here are two tools that I really like. PESA is really good because PESA, it's one of those negotiation tools that allows you to enter in a lot of detail, which is really important. You can enter in your work history, your education, your location, everything, and it will give you in your industry, and it will give you, compensation information that you can rely on. And I find it's great to do research like this because after years in recruitment, you understand that different industries will offer very different compensation structures for essentially the same roles. But it's very different because the industries are very different. So having a tool like this really helps you to understand what you can expect realistically. ADP has an awesome tool, a couple of awesome tools, but one that's really, it's probably the most accurate that I've seen. There are a few, but this is the most accurate. A paycheck calculator. If you are looking at a pay scale that's very, very different than what you're accustomed to, and you want to understand the impact it will have to you in a real way, that calculator will help you. You can enter in things like your state, your 401k, if you expect to, contribute to that. You can enter any additional deductions and really see what your paycheck will look like. And it's pretty spot on. And it works for, if you're working as a consultant, maybe it's hourly, setup. They have an hourly calculator and they have a salary calculator. And so it's a really good tool. It's probably the best I've seen. And it's super duper helpful. It's really accurate. And that's really important to help you to kind of understand whether or not that role that you're looking at is going to really compensate you at a level that's going to work. It helps you with negotiation so you understand where you should be. Okay. All right. So let's kind of go through everything. When it comes to research, you want to look at the general information, which most folks do, but take it a step further. Look at culture, look at the insider information, check out their scores, and ask yourself if that's something that you realistically want. Identify the keywords that you need and ask yourself, do I have these skills? How have I used them? And what was the result? Because that's going to help you to create the content for your resume, which is the most important part. That's what gets the most attention. And then you don't want to stop at just the application, right? You want to take it a step further. You want to network where you can, and you want to make sure that you are working it in the interview as well as in your negotiating. Okay. This is the end of the whole presentation. Definitely going to close this down so we can take some questions, but here's how you can stay in touch with me. I'm on the major platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, pretty active there. Also, theofferstage.com is where you can learn more about what we do as an organization and what kind of services and tools that we offer, like our toolkit here. Okay. Awesome.
Well, Pamela, thank you so much. This has been a great segment. I'm not sure, there's a few questions here in the chat, and if you haven't covered them, we also, I understand you can move over to our Zoom lounge room, and we're going to have some networking sessions, and so people can connect with you there as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I got a lot of questions in advance. A lot of people, a few of them kind of watched the presentation. And oh, here we go. I see something from WOBA. Yeah, I got a lot of questions on WOBA. How do you know when a company or corporate culture is not a good fit? That's a really good one. So the answer to that question, I'm not sure who that came from exactly, but the answer really depends on you, right? It all starts with you. And I think that's a kind of like an aha moment for a lot of people, because they believe that it all starts with the employer. They believe that the employer has all the power and it's whatever they want and how do I become what they want. It's not about that. Hiring is like dating. You are who you are, they are who they are, and either we match or we don't, right? So if you have to first of all know who you are, where your values are, and what's going to work for you. And then you look at what the company is or who the company is. And if you're looking at you're looking at their vision, their mission, their core values. If you're checking out the kind of content they're posting, even on social media, you see what they care about. Then if that rubs you the wrong way, then they're probably not a good culture fit for you. Also, if you're interviewing and you don't like the way you're being treated in the interview, I've been there. I know what it's like to be in an interview and someone cuts you off or says, or kind of makes like snarky comments, and you're thinking, am I in a professional setting? So if you find yourself in a situation where you're not even being treated properly in the interview, then right there, not a good culture fit, because this is probably how they speak to one another. And maybe they like it. I don't. So I don't think this is a good culture fit for me. It's all in how they make you feel. If you feel at home and you feel like this is great, they're probably going to be a good culture fit. If you're honest with yourself and something really doesn't feel right, not a good culture fit. I'm seeing some other things. I'm going to just, am I able to do this? Yes, I am. Okay.
Maybe we'll wrap up with one last question, and I think I see one more on there.
Someone says, because of applicant tracking systems, are you saying that if you're not a perfect fit for a job, meaning that you're covering all of the job description bullets, you should not apply? What do you think? That's a great question. And this is why I love using tools like JobScan, because what JobScan does is it actually separates what they call the high value keywords from the low value keywords. High value meaning these are the keywords you need to have. Low value meaning if you don't have these, but you're a strong culture fit, they may still take a risk, an intelligent risk, and hire you. And a lot of companies have been open to do that. So even if I would recommend that if you feel, and again, being honest with yourself, if you feel that you are a match for 80% of the job description, no less than 80%, then you can apply. And especially if you have those high value keywords, you can apply. Okay?
Great.
Let's see. Thanks for the higher level corporate jobs. You said, oh, you're welcome. And then someone says, oh, how do we navigate wearing the right outfit for personal branding and for interviews these days? Take Mark Zuckerberg, who wears t-shirts and jeans and then a suit for Congress. I've noticed that too. He's really good at that. And Steve Jobs used to wear his sneakers and his jeans to, the Apple conferences. But that's really good. What makes sense for your personal brand really depends on what you do, right? So if you are, and I always say, even the idea of dressing professionally, that term is relative to what your industry is. A professional look is relative. So, for example, if you are a cosmetologist, you're in the beauty industry, right? For me, when I see you, a professional look for you means that you always have a perfect haircut or perfect, you know, your hair is always perfectly coiffed, or your nails are always perfectly filed and they're all the same length and the color is perfect and perfectly polished and makeup is perfect, because that's your industry, that's your world. If you are, I'm going to go crazy here, a tattoo artist, I would expect that your tattoos are all perfect. It's like artwork on your body, right? But if you are coming from more of a corporate environment, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a suit, you know, button-up shirt, a tie, you know. And it also depends on, and this is probably another, it's going to be a whole nother workshop if I continue to talk about this, but it also depends on, you know, the situation. So Mark Zuckerberg, you know, he wears jeans and t-shirts because that's probably the culture of Facebook. Think about Facebook. Facebook is technology, it's trendy, it's still a kind of a, it's seen as a kind of a young, hip kind of a platform, right? So you would expect that in that environment, there's going to be a lot of more casual dress, perhaps. But again, he's going before, when he goes before Congress, he's not going to be in a young, hip environment. He's in front of politicians and people who are going to scrutinize his company and his policies. So I would think he'd put a suit on to be in front of Congress, even just to show respect for the environment that he's in, right? So when it comes to what's the right outfit, part of it is you know, your personal brand and what you do. But another part of it is consider your audience, consider the environment. All right. So hopefully all of that helps.
Pamela, thank you so much. And I encourage anyone who wants to continue talking with Pamela. We have the Zoom room open. The link is in the chat now. And we're going to do some networking in there as well. So feel free to move on over. But this is the end of the Big Connect. So thank you again to Pamela Shand. Thank you to all the great speakers that we had today. Again, our Zoom Lounge networking room is open. Pamela will be over there, presented by Southern Connecticut Gas and UI, their energy efficiency programs. Hey, we do have a winner now for our Foxwoods Resort Casino giveaway. And the winner is, and this was an automatic drawing from everyone who went in to see those booths. The winner is Amy. Let's see, who do we have here? Oh, Amy Pacelli with SphereGen. So Amy, congratulations. And thank you everyone who went to see those exhibitor booths. I know it was something different going to a virtual conference and seeing those exhibitors, but a great place to be able to go and see what was happening with all of our participants. And again, I want to thank those exhibitors as well. Let me thank our sponsors. They're up here on your screen. Comcast Business, thank you so much. Thank you to all these sponsors who stuck with us. This is not normal doing a virtual event, let alone 4 days. These sponsors really came through with us and wanted to continue on with this program. So we appreciate them. Again, all of our speakers, all of you for joining in here and being a part of this program. I also do want to just give one more shout out to our Expo committee because they did a great job. The entire chamber staff, you have not seen them, but Tamika and Shantae, they're both behind the scenes here with me. We've been doing this for the last 4 days. Jesse, Ray, Betsy, Glenn, everyone on the chamber team. I know I'm leaving people out right here, but this is really a full effort by the entire Chamber of Commerce team and Quinnipiac Chamber of Commerce as well to be able to put on an event like this for you. We have one more big event coming up before the end of the year, and it's our Outlook, our 2020 Regional Economic Outlook for 2021. Again, presented by People's United Bank, virtual again. We're going to miss the Lawn Club this year, but December 10th at 8 a.m. till 9:30 a.m. And we're excited to have everyone be a part of that. We're looking forward to hearing from John Trainer and Sean Keating with RSM and get a sense of hopefully some very positive news that we can have for 2021. So again, thank you everyone for making this an incredible 2020 Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. Make sure you make your way over to the Zoom Lounge and have a great day. Happy Thanksgiving.